It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Beautiful morning this morning, 56 degrees, a little bit cloudy. There will be some rain coming around dinner time tonight, but we have a high of 75.
Nice.
We'll be hitting that in the middle of the day and then going down, down, down.
Wow, it's terrible going down like that.
Just temperature-wise. Strictly temperature.
That's it.
Going down.
Hard going down.
Down hard.
Like you can't go down harder than that, probably. Could you?
There is one thing that could go down harder than that.
What would that be?
I don't know, like you dropped like a bowling ball off.
Oh, God, that would be. That's...
And your mom! Also your mom! Goes down hard. Let's start the story with a trip to Perry.
To Perry?
Perry, New York. You know,
nice town.
Outside of Batavia there?
Yeah.
That's where we find a 23-year-old woman who has been arrested for stealing a business vehicle.
Oh.
But this story, at least according to the allegations, not as it seems.
Really?
Okay. So according to authorities, this 23-year-old woman was hanging out at a residence in late April, and the victim of the theft, she apparently was spending some time with this victim, refused to take her home.
Oh.
She wanted to go home. She wanted a ride, and this person was like, nah.
Nah.
So she took the car in the driveway.
And it's a business vehicle?
So the vehicle belonged to a construction business and was assigned to the victim for use for work.
So it's probably logoed.
You would assume so.
Right?
Yes. Police say the vehicle was later found in a driveway in Cattaraugus County.
Oh.
The woman was charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, second-degree aggravated unlicensed operation. She has a court date coming up.
But she got to go home.
She did get to, well, for a little while at least.
Right.
Probably brought her back. All right, so you look at this story,
Yeah.
and this does not seem like a woman who's a hardened criminal.
No. But she's young, too. What did you say, 23?
23. Yeah. 23. Tell me when you think I'm wrong. This story sounds like the story of a woman who has never been held accountable for doing anything wrong.
Probably.
Up until this very moment.
Yeah.
Because the idea this woman had, a little bit entitled, right? Like, give
Kinda.
me a ride.
I'm just taking it.
Yeah.
Give me a ride home. You're not giving me a ride home? I'll show you. I'm taking his car.
Yeah.
Take your car. What are you going to do about it? It's a bad
That's
idea.
a dead-on impression.
But
But
that's
never
exactly-
meeting her.
I never home. I never.
Oh, she has that jaw problem?
I never. Taking the car is a bad idea.
Yeah.
It is a dumb idea.
It is.
But if the allegations are true, in her head at the time, it was the right idea.
Yeah, because she went home.
She went home.
Like, she didn't...
Well, I mean, look, I don't know if she went home. It says the car was found in a driveway.
So they found it pretty quick.
They found the car.
Yeah.
And it doesn't say anything about her being arrested for a DWI or a DWAI or a DUI.
Yeah.
So it's not like...
She was clear-headed.
At least according to the allegations, right? Like, it was one of these, you don't want to do this for me. Well, I'm going to take things in my own hands because I deserve a ride home, and now your car is my car.
I think that's is that a decent distance, too, that she took it?
Cattaraugus County? Seems like it might be pretty far.
Cattaraugus? Yeah, it's out there.
From
Cattaraugus, is that near, is Cattaraugus near Cattaraugus County?
Cattaraugus County.
She went to Cartagena. It's easy, Tom, if cover band, if it was done by a 23-year-old girl. She got that. She knows how it is. All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's hard to tell if Tommy would even notice this in women when he was growing up.
What?
Kimmy, there seems to be this, I don't want to say species, this kind of woman.
A type.
Oh, yeah, type of woman, thank you.
Yeah.
They are attractive. They come from middle to upper class families.
Okay.
And they have never once gotten in trouble for anything they've ever done.
No, they're just protected.
Like,
they're princesses.
You got
Even
it.
if they do something that's like borderline, like nobody's going to say anything. They know I'm not a threat.
Well, but that doesn't even cross their mind because they've never been held accountable. And the longer that streak goes where they are not accountable, the more bold these women, and I say women,
I
but you
think
see it
a
in boys
lot
too.
of women figure that out when they go to college.
What do you mean by that?
Just like I can kind of do what I want without consequences. Like that's usually when they have their first like arrest or get their first ticket, you know? Wait a second. This can happen to me?
The world doesn't revolve around me. Because no, like I look at this story and I see a 23-year-old woman who may have been spending time with somebody who goes, "You're going to give me a ride home," and the guy goes, "No," and she's like, "Nobody tells me no."
Right, I'll
What
just
do you-
take the car.
And like, what are they going to do? Call the cops? Oh, it's like you.
Yes.
What do you do? Call the car thief cops? I got to get to this ZZ Top cover band show that I'm hosting here. But like, I think that every man at some point in their youth
Yeah.
spent time with, dated, hooked up with a woman just like
And married.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Like I remember there was this girl I was like talking to for a while. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Way out of my league. And she was this girl. And at like 22, I was like 21, we went to a concert. And she's like, "Oh, the backstage is over there. Let's go there." And I was like, "We can."
Right.
And she's like, "No, we can." And she just walked past security.
Yeah.
No backstage pass,
Yeah.
no nothing. And it worked.
Yeah. Because she acted like she owned the place.
Yeah. And she's like waving
Act
me
like
in.
you belong here.
And I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna fight." She's like drinking free beers and like hanging out with people, and I'm just standing there in awe. And she just keeps going back and forth, and nobody's saying a word. And like, part of me was amazed, and the other part was pissed.
Yes.
Like, this is not a normal thing for you.
But there's like there is that type though of girl. Like she's usually a lot of times it's an only child,
Okay.
or she's the youngest,
Okay.
or you know what I mean. She's just always been insulated and protected, and the family always had and they don't necessarily have to be rich families. They just have to have enough money where she doesn't have to do anything,
Okay.
and they never had a job.
Yeah, I think you're nailing all of it.
I mean, I'm surprised how many women I've met that are my age that never worked ever.
Wait, ever?
Ever.
Like never had a job?
No job, no nothing. Like they've never been employed.
How is that?
And
possible?
I don't get it, man. Like you went from your house to this dude, and that's it.
How is
I mean,
that?
I guess
I
that
don't-
works if you find somebody.
They're richer women, but like never had a job.
No,
It freaks me out.
going down that road, like the idea that you could do that financially blows my mind.
Right.
These days. But even past that,
Like there wasn't a little bit of job anywhere in you.
and past all, I get like being a mom is a job.
Hmm.
Like, don't get me wrong. If you decided you were going to raise kids, whatever. But like, even before the
You're
kids
just
showed
talking
up,
about before you even get there.
My mother never worked when she was married, but she had jobs.
she was in the Marines for God's
She
sake.
was in a Marine.
Right.
She worked on a farm, but then she worked in a factory during the war. Like she had jobs before she met my dad.
Like, I can't wrap my mind around the idea that you wouldn't want to experience what having a job is like, right?
You weren't at all curious.
But those women grow into these old ladies that are the same way.
I don't think that woman can exist these days anymore, though. I don't think it's.
I hope not.
I don't know a single person
'Cause you
period,
don't need
that's never had a job.
You don't. You don't
That's
need
a
them.
terrible thing to
Not
say.
like terrible. You don't need them. You just don't need them.
Oh, you put it like that.
You know what I mean.
If you don't have, who's gonna head the 23-year-old girl's ZZ Top cover band? 252 WCMF. We're talking about this 23-year-old woman. She was arrested outside of Batavia on Saturday after police say she stole a work vehicle. But it's not like she broke into a place of business and took it. Police say that she was hanging out at somebody's house. The victim of the theft refused to take her home. She then decided to take a vehicle in their driveway. The vehicle belonged to a construction business. The vehicle was found in another driveway in Cattaraugus County, and she was arrested for all of that. Kimmy, do women who have this, is privilege a fair word to use?
I guess it's a mixture of that and people who, because I think you also have to be a little bit of a risk taker. Maybe risk taker isn't the word. People, because like I am a big rule follower, and I know people that even if they were that way are still like afraid to like break the rules. And I think you have to have like a little bit of that. Like
Yeah,
I don't know how to describe it.
But it's
Like,
funny.
Maybe you're just not aware. I don't know.
It's entitlement.
But that's just it. Like, you bring up the whole, like, I'm a rule follower, I follow the rules. What's interesting about this is I don't think that people who do stuff like this, like, I don't know if this woman understood she was breaking the law.
Right.
Like that girl that I described.
Maybe she's just oblivious. Then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the girl that I'm talking about, I went to the concert with, didn't think just walking backstage was
Yeah,
something
because
that
if they're there, why can't I go there?
Exactly. Right? Like, it's like this whole sheltered idea of the rules don't apply because I don't know what the rules are because
Right.
the rules have never applied to me, period.
Yes.
But like, Kimmy, do women, and I keep saying women, there are men like this too.
Yeah,
I shouldn't make it gender specific.
Like all of a sudden you look and like he's on stage or something.
Yeah. Or, I mean, it tends to be a little more diabolical for men. Like, they're willing to say.
Well, you're worried about what point it's going to get to.
Exactly.
But I've never met a man that never worked. Like I've never ran into a guy here. Yeah, never had a job. They're usually homeless.
Okay, yeah, but there's also those
Or
guys.
they're dead.
No, there are those guys.
No, I knew some women who took in some guys that were borderline.
No, but I'm saying like
homeless.
you went from high school
Yeah.
or college to never having a job.
Here's what those guys are. You're right. They do have, and I'm using quote fingers, jobs
Yeah.
because their dads got them a desk
Yeah, that's
in their
true.
business.
That's true.
And they show up for an hour a day when they're not at the gym or on
True.
the golf course.
Right, that's true. That's true.
But see, those guys are worse because
Yeah.
they want to walk around and tell you how hard they worked to get to the position that their daddy handed them with the desk.
Okay.
You get what I mean?
All right.
Like that's the same guy.
Kinda.
We're gonna go to Augusta this week, huh? You want to go to Augusta?
Wait, so he also has a job problem?
That escalated quickly.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's what the guy sounds like. We're gonna go to Masters this weekend. After I get done with my ZZ Top cover,
Wait, he has a male ZZ Top coming.
it's really hard for both of them to get booked in this town, right? Because it's kind of the same thing, just with a deeper voice. No, like
I feel like you were starting to ask a question. I don't remember what it was.
I lost it too.
Okay.
Oh no, are these people, the men and women who have these charmed lives,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and have never been held accountable for anything? Do they realize they are that person?
Probably not. I almost think like my dad is this guy to an extent because he thinks that he's so charming that even if he gets in trouble, he can talk his way out of
He
it.
might be right though.
Okay.
Like
That's a
he
charming
thinks like,
mofo.
you know, if I get pulled over, I'll just say, oh, I'm you know, they'll see I'm just a good guy or
I'm a good guy.
like
Put
that's-
that on a
but that's,
license
like-
plate. Good guy.
I think
guy.
like that's been his
Good
mentality
guy.
his whole life. Like even if he's doing something that he knows might be wrong, it's like, they're not gonna care. I'm a
I mean,
nice
that's-
guy. I'll say I'm sorry and I'll make it better.
That's my father. That's your dad.
Yeah, well, I mean, my old man's got a connection.
Well, he's also got a gun
I don't think that helps with the charm.
and a baton.
Hey, I'm a good guy. Put your hands up. No, but here's the thing.
Like my dad got a ticket once for being on his cell phone, and he was like upset that the cop didn't let him off. But he had fully admitted to being on his cell phone. But it was like one of those things where he's like, he thought he didn't understand why his charm didn't work that day.
Well, no, I mean, look,
Charmers of love.
there are some charming guys who have the right to say, I can get at
I guess.
anything
Yeah, I
with
mean,
the charm.
they got the charisma to pull it off.
You know what I mean? I guess, though, to your point, you can't get upset if it doesn't work.
Exactly, and you admit you did it.
So, like, the other thing about this, too,
Yeah.
is when it comes to, like, our younger days, right, or if you're in your 20s right now,
Mm-hmm.
like these women or men, and if we're talking to you ladies dating, whatever, that have never had responsibility held over them, have never been held accountable for anything wrong. That's a massive red flag.
Yeah.
You should always run from that romantic partner.
But you won't.
Ever.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's more attractive, and I can't figure out
Well,
why.
because it's an opposites attract kind of thing. Like if you're not like that at all, and you're with somebody that is, like you kind of see it as adventurous to a certain degree.
No, see, I disagree with you because, like that girl I was
No?
describing, there were a couple other times where we'd be like in a bar. I remember she reached over a bar one time and just grabbed a bottle of liquor and poured it for.
Well, to an extent.
But nobody said anything.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, every time she did stuff like this, I would have massive anxiety.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I hated every second of it because you know how it is, man.
Oh, yeah.
But
Like,
we
you know,
also
I got to
little-
get you out of this.
Right.
You didn't want to be involved, but you had to be a little bit intrigued.
If I was not with her, I would have stood back and been like, this is amazing.
Okay.
The fact that I was with her,
All right.
I knew she would turn around and go to me and be like, what? What? Tell him.
Yes.
Tell him it's okay.
Yeah.
How? I guess the moral of the story
what
is
is that?
if you have kids of your own and you're listening to this show, make sure you hold them
Throw
accountable.
them out the front door once in a while.
Not saying that.
Just let them. Just release them into the wild for a little bit.
Well, no, because there's this
See how they come back.
there's this constant debate of punishing your kid
Yeah.
versus getting them out of trouble,
All right.
And it's the natural parental inclination when your kid gets in trouble to do everything you can to try and mitigate the disaster.
Well, yeah, you're going to protect your kid.
Exactly. But in doing so, you may create a monster like we are describing.
You will. You will.
And then every Friday and Saturday night, you got to go watch their ZZ Top cover band. And who's got time for that?
What do they open up with?
See, I can't think of any other ZZ Top songs right now. I got that one song stuck in my head. I did Legs. Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Okay. We got a Dynamite Legs.
Yeah.
Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, buddy boy. What's Kimmy doing in your hood?
Kimmy's got a post for the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She's going to remove street names, town references, but there's still enough in there, buddy,
All right.
where if you listen closely,
Oh, you got to listen.
have to listen.
Don't jump.
You'll be able to figure out where they whining. Who won last week? Cody? The guy
Cody.
Everybody hates Cody?
Cody.
Cody will be last. Don't get all mad. Tommy did disqualify himself after his victory the week
So
before.
he's back to picking first.
You got it, and we'll wait another year for him to hit again. Set your phone alarm for 9 o'clock this morning, or stay with us. What else are you doing today?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Enjoy.
Yeah. Enjoy. Yes. The break room here on CMF. And we got a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, what's going on?
Speaking of young women, look, young women can be intoxicating,
Oh, yeah.
especially if you're an old guy who's getting attention from them. And that seems to be a situation right now happening with one very famous gentleman
Yeah.
because he lost his job, and it was stunning. And then nobody else in this league wanted to hire him, and it was stunning.
Yeah.
And then he made this move to the college ranks, and it was shocking.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's got this new girlfriend, and it was unbelievable. And now there are reports that because of all of the drama surrounding his relationship and the damage associated, there's no guarantee that come September, he is standing on the sidelines.
Wait, he could be out?
Wait till you hear some new stuff in a report, Tommy.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next here at a break room. On CMF. At one point, this man was the unquestioned greatest
of all time.
Yes, it was just a matter of time before his name was atop the wins record in the NFL.
Yeah.
Nobody questioned his methods, right? I mean, looking back at it now, guy was a pretty big dick.
Yeah, but he had a way.
Yeah, he definitely had a way. And this story we have this morning means one of two things.
Yeah.
Either A, no matter how big and successful and brilliant you are, this can bring you down, or B, this guy was never what most people thought he was in the first place.
Well, I'll give you credit. You've been saying that since day one. I just gave you credit.
That's why I'm whistling.
The class thing to do is go thank you.
Yeah, well, we have no class in the break room. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. This crime happens far more than it should.
Okay.
You know, we were talking about entitlement in the first break, Look, there are going to be roads shut down for this specific thing, a ton every weekend until summer is over.
Yeah.
And when they tell you your car can't go here,
well, you can't go there.
there's nothing else to talk about.
Right.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So there are reports surfacing this week
What are they saying?
that new head coach of the University of North Carolina football team, Bill Belichick, may not make it until opening day.
So he won't be around for like training or anything?
Well, it's got to be. I mean, it's only a few months away here.
A lot of time, especially
Yeah.
with how fast this story is unraveled.
Yeah.
So, okay. There was a report done by former ESPN reporter Pablo Torre, and in this story there were a couple of revelations which are eye-opening. Apparently, the relationship between Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend,
Something like that.
He's 72, right?
yeah, he's up there. Jordan Houston, does that sound like the right name, Kimmy?
You can go with that one.
Yes.
The relationship between Belichick, his girlfriend, and the school at North Carolina has gotten very tense.
So was she
think it's
banned
Hudson.
from campus, or they just said not welcome? Well, they worded it weird.
So there was a report this week
Yeah.
that she was banned from the campus, but UNC was then forced to issue a statement saying that wasn't true. But Kimmy, you read the statement and said it was strange.
So they said no, it's not true. She's welcome to campus, but they did make it clear in their statement that she is not an employee of the school.
Which
so
is
she
all,
can't just go anywhere she wants.
Well,
And do whatever she wants.
it's more so like, hey, like she doesn't work for us.
Yeah.
but she works for
Yeah.
Belichick. She is like
Yes,
the head of
she's
his
like his assistant / PR team / you name it. Seems like she handles it for him.
And there's another report that says all emails from the school she is
Yeah.
CC'd on all of them.
So she's basically like the CEO of Bill Belichick.
And proof of that showed up
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. Bill Belichick wrote an autobiography, kind of. And he sat down with CBS to do an interview to promote the book.
Yeah.
During the interview, he was asked how he and his now girlfriend met.
All right.
And off camera, his girlfriend stood up, said he would not be answering that question. There was some back and forth. Things got a little tense.
Yeah.
And she dragged him off the interview. She told him, we're leaving. And he got up and followed her.
So she's got him just wrapped.
It gets a little more weird.
All right.
So Belichick and his lady claim they told CBS questions about how they met were off limits. CBS and multiple other outlets say that's not the case at all. They were surprised by the way he reacted. And there may be a reason why he didn't want that question.
All right.
That report from Pablo Torre,
About how they met?
details, yes, claim that they met not when she was 21, but when she was 19.
All right.
Now, it's not illegal,
Right.
but it's a little more uncomfortable.
Well, it's all pretty uncomfortable. I mean, just looking at him is pretty goddamn uncomfortable.
Okay. Also, on top of that, we're getting more details as to why other NFL teams may not have taken a chance on Belichick in the past 2 offseasons. Don't
Yeah.
forget, he was fired by the Patriots 2 years ago. He went an entire offseason without getting a job. He went another NFL
Did the
offseason without getting
TV
a
thing
job here.
briefly.
Yeah.
Yes, and then he ends up at North Carolina. There is a story that says his relationship with this woman
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess if we know now that they've been together for a while,
and
people
how
may have known.
and the what's the word I'm looking for? The hand she had in him trying to get a new job is what may have kept other NFL teams
Okay.
away.
Saw it as a red flag.
What a fall for Bill Belichick.
It's not like a fault. It's like it's almost like,
It's a weird control thing. Like it seemed like he was in control for so long, and now he has somebody with
But it's a
complete
kid.
control over his life.
it's a kid.
Yeah, 24 years old.
I mean, like, it can't just be sexual because he could get that. He's a rich man.
Yeah.
He
Right.
could go anywhere in the world
Right.
and have any
He's probably met people
pay-
before. Yeah.
pay and get whatever he wants. And then this chick has got some kind of like mind F on him. Because, like, she's playing him like a puppet.
Okay, but let's talk about the difference between
It's sad.
Let's talk about the difference between what you described. Okay, is it sad, though? Is it?
I mean, it's sad to see.
Well,
I
it's
know
a little-
you hate
it's a
him,
No,
little
but
it passed-
weird. Yeah, it's just weird that, like, to your point, like, all of a sudden now he's being, like, controlled by this
By this-
person.
a
which
kid.
Yeah.
Look,
he's a baby compared to him.
past my personal hate for Bill Belichick.
I understand.
Right? Like, you can objectively say that guy treated everyone like a dick for 25
Sure,
years. Right?
yeah.
A complete dick. He was rude to the media.
Yeah.
He was rude to his players. You have these stories coming from guys that were some of the most successful football players of all time that were like, what the F? And
Right.
his shield was, well, I kept winning.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you had Tom Brady, arguably the greatest
True.
quarterback of all time. Right? Like, if you treat people like crap your
Mm-hmm.
entire life when you're in a position of power, I have very little sympathy for when you don't have that power
Oh,
anymore.
I agree with you there. But
So
it's
I don't
just
see
like,
it as sad. It's not sad to me. To me, you make your bed, you sleep in it. Your old man, crusty ass bed. Go on, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I just look at it like I can't understand how he would let this kid ruin his career
'Cause
so quickly.
That's kind of, at least
And
from,
it can't just because, she, busts the floor with him at night. It's got to be more than that.
but let's go back to something you said a second ago, because you said he's a rich man, he could pay for whatever he wanted to.
But yeah, he's a multimillionaire.
I think that there is a huge difference
Yeah.
between an old man paying good-looking women for sex
Yeah.
and feeling like a young woman wants to be with you.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge difference there. So if he feels like she's actually attracted to him, which, let's be real here,
Obviously not.
the guy doesn't even wear sleeves, for God's
Yeah.
sakes.
Yeah.
I mean-
he's a human manatee.
But if he believes that,
Yeah.
that's the
Okay,
draw.
I
And-
guess. I mean, obviously, you're right. There's something there. I don't get it, man.
Does he almost like her being in control as an excuse to, like, do whatever he wants kind of thing? I mean, like,
Not have to think about it.
yeah, because if she's like, hey, this interview's over, he's like, well, she says the interview's over, so the interview's over. Like, it's not like he's dying to stay and answer more questions,
Okay,
you know?
so if you're someone who's like up on Bill Belichick,
Yeah.
right? Like knows, because as much as he hates the media, he's done
Yeah.
plenty of interviews. He is a guy who cares about the history of football. He is a man who very much cares about his legacy.
Okay.
Very,
Well,
very,
that's
very
shot in the
much.
ass.
So, like, Kimmy, to your point where it's like, oh, well, what can I do? He understands how this looks,
Yeah.
and he understands how it affects his legacy. Right?
It's going to end horribly for this guy. It's going to be a very sad end of his life,
Like,
to me.
You say he understands how it looks, but don't you think he kind of has the blinders on right now? Like, maybe he sees it as, well, she knows better than me. She's younger.
I
But you're
mean,
not a dumb guy.
it could be that. Well,
You don't get to that position in life, no matter what you think about him, being an idiot.
Yeah, but you've seen smart guys do dumb things when it comes
And
to
this guy
situation.
this guy is writing a whole new playbook on how to sink yourself.
We have this argument at least once every 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, we're talking about Bill Belichick. There were reports that he may not make it to opening day as the head coach of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels football team because of the tension involved now between the school, himself, and his girlfriend,
Yeah.
which are running his life. Remind me to tell you about what happened at the beauty pageant over the weekend.
He was at a beauty pageant?
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second.
All right.
You say he's a smart guy.
he is a smart guy.
Okay. Just because you are smart or
Yeah.
good at one thing does not make you smart.
I understand that.
No,
but like,
you-
but you're an intelligent person.
At one thing.
Yes.
You seem to have this idea, and you're not alone, so I'm not beating you up on this.
Yeah.
That if you are good at one thing, if you're a smart financial guy, you're brilliant with everything. If you're smart with politics, you're brilliant at everything. And we have seen time and time again men and women that are unbelievably successful at one thing fall victim in another part of their life. And that's what this is.
But I look at a coach, because a coach is more than just a coach, right? He's got to be an administrator. He's got to deal with media. He's got like a million hats he's got to wear to be a successful coach, especially nowadays, right?
Okay.
He did all that. And so it tells me like he can walk into a room and figure it out.
He's got a losing record without Tom Brady.
I understand that, but he still managed the job. He still had other players on that team.
Yeah.
He had to control.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as easy as you make it seem, even with Tom Brady. I don't think everybody could just win with Tom Brady. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. What was the name of the head coach for the Buccaneers when they won the Super Bowl with Tom Brady?
Oh, that fat guy.
What's his name?
Did he die?
No.
Oh.
You can't tell me the name of the coach, but you just said not everybody could win with Tom Brady.
I don't think it's that easy.
Okay, look, that's fair. That's fair. Look, I'm not saying the guy doesn't have some semblance. He doesn't
Yeah.
know what he's done.
I'm just shocked.
Okay. Well, no, it's because you put him up on a pedestal. After I was telling you
Well, I
for
only
years.
called him the wizard.
Like, how many times did I tell you?
What?
How many times did I
Tell
you?
tell you.
This guy is not what you think. Yeah, look at all the win rate.
I just gave you credit for that.
And then you take it back. So his girlfriend,
Yeah.
Jordan Hudson, Houston, whatever her
Hudson,
name is,
yeah.
Hudson, excuse me, is a beauty queen.
Yeah. She's a good-looking kid.
She participates in
Pageant-
beauty
pageant
pageants.
girl.
So she's from Maine, am I right
Well,
there?
that's what she.
That's
I don't
shocking.
know if she's from Maine, but that's the state she was competing
Not a pretty
in.
state. Maine ain't got good-looking women, bro.
So
Over the weekend, I'm
so
sorry.
so I found out that like women will compete for states that they think they're going to win, not that they're the ones that
Oh.
they're from.
Oh, it's
that
like
makes sense.
politics.
I did not
Yeah,
know
so you
that.
go to an ugly state
yeah,
if you're
you
good looking.
I don't. I
And
think
you
you just
crush.
have to have like established some sort of residency
Okay.
in that state, and you can compete. For
I heard
it.
she couldn't win without Maine.
Well, it's funny because over the weekend,
Yeah.
she competed in Miss Maine.
All right.
And this is the beauty pageant that leads to the Miss, is it Miss
Yeah.
USA? Like the big one?
I
Yeah.
don't know if it's Miss U.S. Is Miss America still?
Miss
I don't
America,
know.
whatever.
I
This
don't know.
gets you
There's
in.
two of them. So
One of the big ones.
Yeah.
She placed third.
Oh.
And she was obviously very upset
Yeah.
when she was named second runner-up.
So she copped an
yeah.
attitude.
Yes, but he was in the audience
Really?
watching her compete in the Miss Maine competition, which again, ugh,
Yeah.
oh, it's so nice.
Grandpa's watching.
Thank you. He's old enough to be your grandpa.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
And, like, here's the thing, too,
Yeah.
man. Like, you want to talk about how sad it is. This guy that I thought was brilliant actually is getting led around by the dawn as a 24-year-old. There are plenty of guys looking at this story that are going, at that age, give me the opportunity.
Oh, they would love to lay down with a chick like that at that age.
Oh, no, they would wreck their lives for that.
Oh, sure.
We know
Yeah.
other men who have wrecked their lives for things
Yes.
like that, right? So, I mean, it's like, oh, no, you have all the money in the world and a 24-year-old girl who's
Oh.
pretending to be attracted to you?
Yeah.
Please stop. Oh, God, no. Poor Bill Belichick, who's a jackass anyway.
It's got to be driving his kids nuts.
Did you have
To
kids?
Yeah.
see your dad all of a sudden flip a switch and become this different person, and especially in front of like the cameras and everything.
His sons are working with him on the staff of the University of North
Well,
Carolina.
they were, right? They pack it up.
Well, if they don't make it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, they're watching this happen face to face on a daily basis. They
Yeah.
are around their dad while this
It's got to
woman,
be concerning.
who,
It
by the
has
way,
to be.
I mean, I think his kids are around our age, Kimmy.
They would have
Yeah,
to
they're
be,
older
right?
than her.
Yeah, so they're like
Yeah.
a full decade older
Yeah.
than this woman who is ruining their dad's public image, legacy, potentially
You
career.
got to be getting worried, but you also know there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
What?
he is like 30 games, Bill Belichick, away from the all-time wins record in the NFL. Less than 30 games, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's done.
And that's just it. He's never going to get it.
No.
Like, again, 2 years ago, it was just a matter of time before another NFL team hired him and he got that record and he was going to win it with somebody else. And that is gone. There is absolutely no chance.
Well, yeah, he's too old. And now who's taking him?
All of these things,
Yeah.
right? So, like,
So this is it. Like, if they fire him from North Carolina, you're pretty much
Yeah.
done.
I
Right?
know,
I mean, as
definitely.
far as any kind of no marquee college is going to take you at this point. Right?
if he wants it, some other school with a
Probably.
name.
but it wouldn't. Do you really think a named
Yeah,
college?
bro, it's college football. They just want a name.
Yeah, but they also
I mean,
want
it's
to
a
win,
draw,
don't you?
but they want to recruit, and if they think that they can
Oh.
recruit with that name attached to their school.
Well, he did bring one 24-year-old to campus, so
Bro, it's also funny. Have you seen pictures of him on the recruiting trail?
no.
He wears a suit and tie. Like he's a vacuum cleaner salesman. Like all the other guys are showing up in like their, like school gear.
Yeah, usually wear
you know.
like the colors.
Yeah, no. He's like suit and tie. I have some Bibles I'd like to sell you. Is your mother home? All right, look.
All right,
If it says closed, it's closed.
all right.
And there is absolutely nothing you can do to negotiate with anybody standing there to get you where you think you need to be. And because of this,
Yeah.
there is a man that was arrested over the weekend. And we see this story, Kimmy, far more than we should. And we're going to see it more this summer.
Oh,
That being said,
yeah.
I do understand where this guy's coming from.
Okay.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. this has become a far more common issue than it should.
Yeah.
Because the appropriate number for this is 0.
Yeah.
Yet, we see normally law-abiding citizens lose their minds because they go this route every day.
Yep.
And nobody told me things was changing. And we are about to, with the weather getting nicer, come into the worst of it.
Yeah. But how far do you think you're going to get when you pull this move?
Well, the amount of people being arrested, Tommy, far.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, we have some information that is valuable information.
Oh.
It's information meant to keep the community safe. And it's also information that I don't think the majority of Rochesterians want to know.
Oh.
Because this could cause you to change the way you drive, where you drive, what roads you drive on. But if you're not going to do that,
Yeah.
all it's going to do is make you horrified every time you drive over one of these. And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A man in Seneca Falls was arrested over the weekend.
What do you do?
Police say they had shut down roads, including Ovid Street, for the Right to Run 5K.
You best be running fast, man. Put on your good shoes.
Around 10 a.m.,
Yeah.
authorities say the 40-year-old man drove up to where the road was shut down, and it seems he was not happy.
Okay.
He is accused of getting out of his car and confronting the officers about not being able to pass through the closed road.
I drive this road every day.
Exactly what he sounded like.
I gotta get home.
Now, we don't have any more details about what happened with the interaction with the cop.
Yeah.
But he was eventually taken into custody, police say, without incident.
All right.
He's been charged with disorderly conduct and failure to comply with orders. He has a court date coming up. And it's very clear this man did not believe the racers had the right to run.
Hell they do.
Kimmy, this is way more common than it should be.
People trying to cut her on the cones.
All the time.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this must happen more than we even hear about. Like, we're only hearing about the people that get arrested for it, but I'm guessing anytime you see a road blockage, somebody's going to try to go through it at some point throughout the day.
Goddamn Memorial Day.
Well, look, there's 2 of these a month in the summertime.
Well, yeah, every town.
Yeah.
There's a town somewhere, you're right, between the holidays and the runs and the walks and just events that you have in these towns. Yeah, they're going to shut down roads.
It has to happen even more if it's happening near like a residential area, because people get so what's the word? Like possessive over that area.
Yeah, this is my road.
I live around here and this is my road and I gotta get home.
So one of the funniest things I saw when I was living in Cornhill, and I just moved there, right? And when they had the festival, you had to park your car out, or your car is there and it doesn't move all day. And I watched a guy knock over a coffee stand in the morning. It was early.
A coffee stand?
So I guess he had to go to work, and they were already set up, and they weren't open yet. And it was like this cappuccino hot chocolate thing, and it just I heard it crush, and the guy's yelling at the guy, man, and he just peeled out and left.
Holy crap!
He had to
dick.
get busted because he only lived like 2 buildings over, but like he forgot, and he just goes, "I'm getting the hell out of here now, come hell or high water."
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's a story that stands out in my head from last year, and Kim, you'll remember this. There was a woman who was arrested after police say she drove through a barricade in Clifton Springs when the road was shut down for some kind of street festival.
Yeah.
There was another, it was another small town around us where it was it a Columbus Day parade, and the guy just drove into the parade route?
He was like almost driving with the parade.
Okay.
Waving at the crowd,
Hello.
throwing candy.
Well, that's a really crappy car to have in the parade. It seems, Kimmy, in small towns, these stories of people trying to drive through barricades are more common. Are small town folks less patient with detours?
I don't know if it's the patience thing or if it's more like this is you feel an ownership.
Okay.
Yeah, if
to
you're
it,
born and raised
you know?
there.
So this is my town. You can't tell me where to go. All right. So here's the thing. With this story of this man arrested, 40 years old, after police say he confronted police officers about a road being shut down for a 5K and was eventually arrested for it. You should obviously never drive into a 5K or a street festival or a parade. Right. But if we're being real here, there are way too many 5Ks that shut down roads during the summertime.
Well, they're all over the place.
Every weekend.
Yeah.
In the summer, somewhere in the greater Rochester area,
there's a run.
There will be multiple 5Ks that will shut down a road.
Or a walk.
It is, Tommy, It is so damn frustrating. It is so, and it's not like the news gives you a heads up every night which roads are going to be closed.
Well, you wouldn't pay attention anyway.
You're right. But there's also rarely detours posted up until you get to where the road is closed. And, like, you've got plans.
Yeah.
You left the house at the right time to make it where you had to go. And boom, now your whole morning's turned upside down because Pam and Gail raised money for the walkathon.
But you got to help the needy, Pat.
Okay, I'm fine with helping the needy.
That's why we shut these towns down. The worst one is East Rochester. Because when you shut those 2 roads down, that's it.
Yeah.
There's just no other place to go.
Yeah, there's not a lot of
Oh, no, it's done.
shortcuts you can take.
I don't know how Rich Ide sells a car all summer.
Well, they got that Rich Ide 5K.
Is that what it is?
You got to wear a loud jacket and run as fast as you can. Can I ask a serious question?
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I'm all about the charity, man. Like,
Why?
good for you. Raise the money. Think about the amount of parks we have in this area
Yeah.
where people go running every day. Beautiful trails
Oh, yeah.
that exist. Why do you need to shut down these roads? Why can't you do that?
It's a good question.
No, I'm serious.
I don't know. Is there as much distance though in the
You
park?
run around.
Yeah,
do a
you just
circle.
keep
Yeah,
going.
You go
But
around
it's-
and around.
I guess it could be
Like a trek.
dangerous if it's not like a paved path. Like you
Who's
could
gonna-
get some people turning ankles and stuff.
There's paved path. I'll show you 15.
How about if I turn into you with my car? Which worse, ankle or bumper?
Okay, how about this? Why can't you use like high school tracks?
You could do that.
Why
Oh,
can't
yeah.
Yeah.
you just keep walking in circles?
Get you a walk on.
And like you don't have to loop it back around or like have people
Are there
ride.
too many people though?
Well, okay.
I mean, that'd be a pretty packed track.
A pretty packed track.
It would. If you
packed
have
track?
if you have like a couple thousand people participating.
What was that stupid thing they did downtown a few years ago? It was a high-speed bicycle race where
Sponsored by the Ide Family Dealership.
by. Was it really?
Yeah, that
Like,
stupid thing you said.
they were. Well, you didn't have to bring that part
Well,
up.
you just brought up on. What was that stupid thing
I don't
with the
remember this. It
title
was high
sponsor?
speed.
It was so. They were like wiping out into. They were crashing like into like
Oh,
mailboxes
geez.
and stuff. It was like it was a bike race.
Yeah, no, I know the race. They were crashing into mailboxes.
Well, they go like super fast, like they would do like the
Make
Tour de
that up.
France.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. Yeah.
No, they were like wiping out. You watch the Tour de France; those guys wipe out.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Did they only do this one time?
I don't know.
They do it annually.
Oh.
It's downtown. It's oh god, what's it called? It's like something about.
But they
like,
shut the
night
whole.
race.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that people wipe out in the Tour de France. Did you see actual video of people in the Rochester
Taking out
race
mailboxes.
wiping out?
Yes,
Where?
on the TV.
You didn't see it, did you?
No, but I
You
heard
just
about it.
made up a story.
No, I didn't make up the story. You don't think those guys wiped that? No, I'll tell you why. Because Billy went to the damn thing, and people were like crashing all over the place. No, I wasn't there personally. You think you could have a bike
heard
race and
from
nobody's
a
going to wipe
guy.
out?
I don't know, man.
Well,
I
you
don't,
did throw mailboxes in there, and I'm thinking, how many mailboxes are there in the city?
Plenty. Well, there aren't anymore because the bike race took them all out.
They're all
you
out.
Idiot. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 40-year-old man who was arrested after he tried to drive through, at least, drove up to the barricade, confronted police about the whole thing. And look, with the number of 5Ks every weekend in the greater Rochester area, let's be real.
Right.
90% of people doing these 5Ks
Yeah.
don't want to be doing these 5Ks.
What do you mean they got dragged to
I
it?
don't know. I think there are some 5K people out there.
Oh, no, there are 5K people.
Yeah.
10%
Yeah.
of the people doing the 5Ks are 5K
Oh,
people.
10%'s a fair number, yeah.
The rest of them were guilted by friends, families, jobs.
Yeah.
Right? That are like, it's not mandatory, but it's mandatory. Like, look,
You're talking about these walks.
or walks or
Walks,
runs.
Well, if you're
Runs.
running, I don't think you can get guilt into running. You're a runner.
Really? Corporate challenge.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you ever
that's
see
peer
nobody
pressure.
runs in that thing.
They do.
Yeah,
you
they
see
do.
it.
Well, I know the guys that
Like,
serve bar and
no.
drink at those things.
Yeah,
No.
they took out all those mailboxes in the last one, you idiot.
If you have run at all in your life, you will be recruited by somebody at work, and they want to know like your times, like your average mile time.
You want-
I always figured just the walkers get dragged to these things.
No, I'm telling you, they make people run. Look, you want to raise the most money ever for a 5K?
Yeah.
Let's change the way that you're supposed to fundraise because the way they do it is like, give me like 10 cents every
Yeah,
mile
I sponsor
run, or-
you.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. If you don't raise
Yeah.
enough money, you have to run for the charity. New fundraiser, right?
Like you're forced to?
Yeah. Like here, you have to raise $100,
All
and
right.
if you don't get your friends and family to sponsor you for $100, you have to run. And it kills two birds with one stone.
All right.
One, people that don't want to run don't feel forced to have to run in these 5Ks they don't want to run in. Two, there's far fewer people that are running in the 5K. Now we can do it where it's not on a knick-knack, paddywhack pack track, according to Kimmy. Roads don't get shut down. Everybody wins.
Yeah, but
what's the problem with that?
we love shutting roads down, man.
Yeah, stop shutting roads down.
Well, we do. We do it all summer for everything.
The
Parades. Think of all the parades. Like we have a pointless parade for the Lilac Festival. Why? Why does the Lilac Festival also need a parade and a run? It's a festival of food and music, but for some reason they've attached a run. St. Patrick's Day does not need a run.
Really.
No, it doesn't.
We have a running for the green, and I do it all over town. You don't need
Taking
all
out
these.
mailboxes all over the place.
Oh yeah, when the Irish take out a mailbox, they take it out.
No, I'm with you on the Lilac Festival. I can't.
Why does the Irish? Why do you need it?
Why does the Irish?
Why
Well, I
do-
don't think it's the Irish.
Why does
no
Thanks-
Irish?
I mean, that's the most popular parade you're
No,
describing.
he's talking about the
in
5K.
I'm talking
ball.
about the run.
Yeah.
And why does Thanksgiving need a turkey trot?
And it's not a turkey trot. There are
that's
like
the biggest-
10 turkey trots.
Yeah,
think
the one
the
in Webster is massive.
I feel like the turkey trot is the biggest family
Yeah,
peer
it
pressure
is.
one of all of them.
Well, you know what it is? It's you're capitalizing on people's guilt for what they're going to do that day.
Yeah.
Like with
You're gonna
Yeah.
stuff yourself, so go
With St.
run.
Patrick's Day too.
You're going to drink all day,
Yeah.
so go
Yeah.
run and get all that out of you. No, look, I'm with you, man. We don't need any of this stuff, especially the Lilac Festival, like the St. Patrick's Day one. Again, I think it's silly, but it's like the roads,
Running for the green.
the roads already shut down. So what's the difference?
All right.
But with the Lilac Festival, you're
It's
right.
pointless.
Like there's going to be a week of festival.
It's not. It's a celebration of what? Our independence from lilacs.
We showed those lilacs. What for? You know, all that being said,
All right.
even with the 5Ks and things of that nature, going back to these people that will try to drive through the shutdown roads, the entitlement of these stories is remarkable. Like, do these people think police are going to stop whatever event is happening because they really need to drive this way? Because, like, this guy got out of his car in the story where he was arrested.
Trying to
Yeah.
negotiate a way around a run.
Yes. Like, what are you going to do? Hold on. Hundreds of people, hold on. Dave's got to get
Yeah.
to Tops.
Just let me cut through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if the allegations in this story are true, right? He got out of his car. When he got out of his car, what did he think the best case scenario was going to be?
Yeah. Well, he's gonna hold it up. Like, come on through.
I'm guessing it could also be a situation where part of the area that was blocked off, like nothing was going on there yet, which would further infuriate
Oh, it hadn't
somebody who
started
can't
yet.
get around, you know? Why is this blocked off already? Nobody's even around. I'm just going to cut through.
But it's blocked off.
I
It
know.
is blocked off.
Yeah, but he's not doing anything yet. You can let me cut through real quick.
Okay, and you're under arrest. You are under. By the way, here's the thing. If he was politely like, if the allegations are true,
Yeah,
if he was politely like, hey,
asked.
can I get through?
Yeah.
I doubt they would. Get in the car. Like, it had to escalate to a
Yeah,
point where he
yeah.
broke a law for him to
Yes.
be arrested.
But you got to admit, in the guy's not to defend the guy.
But in the guy's defense, not to defend him.
Some of these parades are a little too
Oh
long.
my God.
Like,
When
you
was the last
don't
time
need
went to a
all the
parade?
stuff. What's that?
When was the last time you went to a parade?
So every year we walk down to the corner, we watch the Memorial one in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And like after a while, man, it's like, okay, I don't need to see the city dump truck. I don't need an endless parade of kids on bicycles.
When your grandkids come and watch that parade, they need to see the city dump truck.
Oh my God. The dump truck.
It's a highlight.
Like I get like the big fire engine with the noise. I don't need the ambulance driver.
Why? The ambulance got lights and sirens on it. That's fun.
Yeah.
You need all those things.
And I don't need every kid on a bike.
What?
Mm.
You're a monster.
And here's another thing.
So
no
no parade.
politicians.
I'd be fine with getting rid of the politicians.
All politicians, I don't care.
I'm fine with that.
Don't need them. So all right, so we get rid of the politicians.
We keep the dump truck. Come on, that's got to be the best day of the dump
All
truck
right, I'll
drivers
give you
here.
dump truck. No kids on bikes.
No, the kids they're super excited to be in the parade
Oh,
too.
for God, they're Pittsburgh kids. You don't think they get enough attention?
All right, fine. Only the Pittsburgh kids out of the Pittsburgh
All
parade.
right.
All the other kids get to go.
Underprivileged kids on bicycles that they've stolen. The stolen bicycle. I would go see the stolen bicycle parade.
As we talk about getting around,
Yeah.
right? Like you have your way that you go. And that's why this next story may not be what the valuable information people think it is.
All right.
Because when we tell you this, one of two things are going to happen. Either you are going to change your route
Yeah.
because this makes you so nervous, or every time you drive over one of these that we're going to describe to you, your brown eye is going to pucker a little bit.
It's that bad?
I'll let you decide. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
The story clearly states that it's not dangerous enough where something terrible is going to happen.
But what? But you said you're going to, like, freak out. You said horrific.
No. I said everything is fine.
Yeah.
I'm saying you will be scared.
Well, that's horrific.
Okay, no, well, I'll explain everything
Right.
and why giving us this very valuable information may have been the worst thing to do. Next here in the break room. I'll see you back. This is valuable information.
Great.
Valuable information you probably don't want to know.
Oh.
Because there is something you can do about it, maybe. It would alter the way you go about your day. And just because these aren't great doesn't mean they're actually, like, right now dangerous. But having this in the back of your head would make every drive across the greater Rochester area an anxiety-ridden nightmare.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Technology changes the way we do things.
Oh, sure.
So it's a point of technology. Like, for example, there is a man who was arrested in Victor for a crime that 30 years ago he could have not committed on a cell phone.
Oh.
He could have committed the crime.
Yeah.
He just would have had to do it au naturel.
The old school.
You got it. We'll tell you the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Here's a not-so-fun fact to start your Tuesday.
What's that?
Just over 1 in 10 local bridges in New York State are in poor condition. 10%.
Yeah.
This according to the Federal Highway Administration. Now, they use, Tommy, a 0 to 9 scale to
Okay.
rate the ability for a bridge to carry the weight of vehicles. 9 is perfection. 0 is disaster. And 7 bridges in the greater Rochester area
Where are we at?
have been given a score of 3 or less.
Ooh. So we're downgraded to wobbly?
Not wobbly.
It's like a coffee table with a loose leg.
Would you like to know the bridges?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Well, yeah, I do.
Know?
You don't want to know.
I mean, you're gonna tell us.
I
but
don't have to tell you, Kim. I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you want to know?
I want to
Kim?
know.
Tommy wants to know.
All right.
Yeah, actually, I think, Tommy, you want to know less than she does.
Now that, yeah.
Based on where these bridges
All
are.
right.
All right. The 490 Route 31 in Pittsford, the superstructure was given a score of 2.
So which one is that?
Okay.
I believe that's the one over Monroe Ave, but I could be wrong.
Okay, is that the one right by Whole Foods?
I think it might be. It
Because
says,
I think they're getting ready to work on that.
it says 490 Route 31. Well,
yeah,
that makes
that
sense
thing
because
is
it's got a
ragged.
score of
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, that thing when you're underneath it, it's all just like rotted.
Thomas Creek, located on North Main Street in Fairport, that's got a superstructure ranking of 3. The CSX West Short on Clover in Pittsford.
Wait, that's the railroad CSX?
CSX West Short on Clover in Pittsford, that's a 3.
Yeah.
Erie Canalway Trail in Pittsford on Clover, that's a 3.
So wait,
Pittsford.
Pittsburgh's got all rotted bridges.
All right, I don't feel so bad now.
Arbor Creek and Webster, that's a 3.
Okay.
But it's not just the east side.
All right.
West side gets in on the party as well. Black Creek on Route 386 out in Shiloh, that's a 3. And the Erie Canal Bridge on Shiloh Avenue in Gates, that's a 3. Those are your bridges that are 3 or under in the greater Rochester area. Now, it is very important to let everybody listening know,
What's that?
according to the state of New York, a lower number does not mean the bridge is dangerous to drive over.
What is it dangerous to do?
The state says if it were unsafe, they would close it immediately. In fact, they did just that a year ago with that on-ramp across the street from the Strong Museum of Play.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's also not something fun to think about.
But yeah, especially when you see like big ass 18-wheelers going over it.
And I'm sure, Tommy, there are folks concerned enough that, as we just said that, they are now going to think about changing their daily route.
But you don't know. I mean, are you? Let's say I'm not going to go with this one because it's a 2.
Yeah.
But maybe I don't even know what that other bridge is.
Well, we know
You
the
know what I
ones
mean?
the ones I named you were the only ones.
Those
3
are the
or under.
worst.
Yeah, but I mean, a 4 is pretty good.
No, it ain't.
Better than a 3.
Would you stand under a 4 all day? I wouldn't.
What do you mean? I sit under a 2. I sit under that bridge on Monroe Ave, taking my daughter to dance.
Here's the other thing I don't get. Like when I go past some bridges, like you can see where stuff has fallen off.
Yeah.
Who'd that hit? Because
It's a great
I always
question.
wonder the same thing.
Like,
Like, who was
there's,
the
like,
unlucky
chunks.
one? Yeah.
like, didn't somebody get clobbered with this thing?
I mean, it's a good question. Have we had stories of people's cars, heads getting hit with cement?
You would
Or
hear
a
that.
little
That'd be a
damage
huge
done?
story.
Well, yeah, you would hear it go. All right, so you said you wanted to know, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9266.
I'm not surprised because since I saw that documentary, I always look now.
Oh, my God. I hate you so much.
Documentary
What?
guy.
Documentary guy.
It's called Crumbling America. It's
It's
very good.
called Covering America.
Also, what's surprising? Crumbling Canada.
No kidding.
Yeah, they got problems too.
Get the heck out of
They
here.
don't take care of their stuff.
You know, I watched a documentary about the North African barn swallow, and it turns out they turned native.
I said the worst one I've ever seen.
Bridge,
Bridge around me.
not documentary.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the railroad bridge that goes through Pittsford, right next to the Pittsford pub and that gas station right there.
Yes.
when you look at it had to be made in the 1800s.
Okay.
That's when they really built bridges
Well, kind of.
to last forever.
They did, but you could see literally where
Yeah.
the supports are rotted completely through, and it's steel, and you
Okay.
can see through it, and you can see like all the metal
Yeah.
that's just and they just sweep it up, but they don't fix it.
But you still take that bridge.
You have to.
You don't have to. There are ways around it.
How am I getting to? I got to go to the ear doctor, and I got to go to the.
I gotta go. Why? Why would you have to go to the ear doctor? Why would Tommy have to go to the ear doctor?
Well, you know, Pat, sometimes his eels will hurt.
No, I mean that's what's so funny.
That's my ear doctor's right there.
But that's why, to Kimmy's point about I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Because even
But you
knowing
see
that
it.
information, you're right, and seeing it, to your point, like sometimes you see some things that don't look right, but
Right.
I'm not an expert. It still doesn't make me change the direction I'm going.
No.
so like that's just it. You sit here like in the most, East Side way possible. What choice do I have to add 5 minutes to my trip driving down the street around the
Well,
bridge?
I'm gonna go around another corner and go over another cruddy ass.
But I don't
bridge.
know what condition that bridge is in.
But that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, we know which one is good and which one is bad
No,
based
no,
on
no,
the
no, no.
inspections here. No.
You only know the ones that are really bad. You don't know the ones that are semi bad, and the ones that they maybe they may have missed a couple.
Okay. Why? What are you talking about? They may have missed a couple. They just skipped a bridge.
Not skip, but they may have missed something when they look. Look,
Okay,
they're
see,
human beings.
This is
man.
why I did want to do this break, because you're going to go all alarmist on everybody, even though you're not going to change anything you do.
No,
so you
'cause I
can't be
think
that alarmed.
Because I play. What are the odds? I get killed by a bridge.
I mean, for the audience, hoping 100%. But with everybody else, like, you can't sit here and be alarmist and then be like, what are the odds? Those two things do not work together.
They do in my head.
Okay. 252 WCMF. There are 7 bridges in the greater Rochester area that have a score of 3 or less on a 9 to 0 scale done by the Department of Federal Highway Administration. And again, just because these bridges are not in great
Crumbling,
shape
yeah.
doesn't mean they're dangerous. The state says, again, if they were dangerous, they would shut them down right away, and we have proof that they've done that.
All right.
So, should they be more transparent, Kimmy? Because they do these inspections every 2 years.
Oh yeah, they should.
You're not
do you-
Kimmy.
What else do you want to know? Like, what do you mean by transparent?
So you have to go looking for this information.
Yeah.
Right? It was a story in the DNC, but, it was a side story. Not a lot of people,
No.
What if the state decided, Kimmy, they're going to put up a sign at the start of every bridge with the number it's been rated?
Oh.
And that will give you the ability to decide if you want to take that bridge moving forward. Would you welcome that idea, or would that idea bother you?
I think that would bother me more, only because, again, like, I don't really know what that number means.
Okay.
Well, 3 sucks.
No,
Right.
3
2
is...
sucks even more. Because the lower the number, the worse the bridge.
Yes,
Yeah,
but again-
what makes it worse? Like, what does a 2 mean? Does that mean I shouldn't be driving?
two
Well, no,
means-
a 0 means don't drive over it, they'll shut it down.
All
Right.
1 means
So what does the
you got a
putting
little
the
time
number
left.
on it really do for everybody?
Okay, so you would disagree with the number on the bridge.
You know what I feel bad for?
What's that?
Guys that have to deliver all day. They don't have a lot of options.
No.
Like if you drive a big truck, you can only take certain roads.
Okay.
So you imagine if you're a truck driver rolling over a 2.
But again,
Yeah, but maybe you've seen the worst of the worst.
I don't want to see the worst of the worst. That guy doesn't exist anymore.
as I knock on wood here, we haven't seen any major disasters in
True.
the greater Rochester
I
area,
know.
right? So
Yeah.
everything's been okay.
Well, you can't keep saying that forever and not fix it.
Okay. Again, what side are you on? I can't figure you out. Hey, this is terrible. What are the odds? Oh, I can't believe this is happening. I'm not going to change my route to go to the ear doctor because my ears hurt. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Lisa. She's on CMF. Hey, Lisa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
I just want to, I know numbers are hard for you guys, but I would hope you would know the difference between a 5 and a 4. 590 is the one by Whole Foods. 490 and 31 is further east, closer to Parrington.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for fixing that. So it wasn't that one. It was the other one. Because I thought that wasn't a local bridge. That's a highway bridge.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Is that all? You just wanted to call us and
Well-
tell us our numbers were wrong?
Yeah, I want to make sure you had the right bridge, guys. Come on.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. Bye, Lisa.
Bye.
Hey, we're having a lot of fun here, but let's get serious for a minute. About
Well, we
what-
may
We're not
have-
actually having any fun. We're
we-
talking about bridges.
We
I'm
may
kinda
have
having
alarmed
fun.
some people on a bridge that is actually fine.
Okay. Actually, but I don't know. Okay, so Steve says, what's the highest rating? I don't think he said that. I did actually.
Or 10.
9, you idiot. Do you not listen to the show?
Why would it 10?
It is weird that they put it at
Yeah,
9.
why would
though.
it be 10?
It's 9. I said it was 9, and you
No,
go,
I
yeah,
know.
10.
But why
10.
not make it 10?
Well,
Is
9
it-
is 10 then, if it's the best.
10. 9 is 10.
Nine
Yeah.
is 10.
Yeah.
Up is down. White is black. All right, so the other interesting thing here.
What's that?
We have some of the dates that the bridges were built for the story.
Well, yeah, like 1960s, right?
No, so
50s.
61, 54, 40. The bridge.
40.
Oh, it gets worse. The bridge with a 3 in Shiloh was built in 1931.
That's the Depression.
The bridge in Fairport
Okay.
was built in 1914.
Ooh.
1914. That's when did the Titanic sink?
1912?
12?
11? No, 1909 because they didn't have 10 back then.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. We hadn't bought it yet.
Black was white, up was down, left was right.
1912.
Oh, you
So all right, so that's the beginning of World War One.
yeah, this is during World War
War
One.
One.
This bridge was built during World War One.
Oh my God.
Now, look, obviously they're fixing the bridge along the way. They're not just building it and like leaving it there. Oh my God! Stop being this guy.
Didn't look like it did much.
Stop being this guy.
I know that, you look and the bridge looks old and
It was built by uneducated alcoholics.
torn
As
apart.
opposed to now.
But again, like I don't know if that's. I don't know what to look for. Like it looks bad to me, but I don't build bridges, so I don't know what's bad and what's
All
good.
right, a bridge shouldn't look like it's falling apart.
Oh, my
Like,
God.
You shouldn't. If you see a bridge and there's chunks
Yeah, but
of
that
it
may
missing,
but that may just be like the look of it, not so much the structure of it.
Again, I
that
highly.
always sounds like jive to me. Because like, why is it falling apart? What?
Why would the state, with the liability it could face, know that these bridges are dangerous and go, go ahead.
Why would Albany lie to you? Take your money.
Here we go. Like, it's always
They already spent your money, Pat,
okay. And again,
and they ain't spending it on bridges.
Again, I told you the bridge that you take on a regular basis, or the one that you're scared about, you're scared to drive over, you keep driving over it. So you're obviously not concerned enough.
It's not going to happen to me.
Okay. By the way, you want to talk about weird? So we talked about, bridges built in 61, 54, 40, 1914 are the ones that are in trouble now.
Yeah.
The one in Webster, that is a 3, the Arbor Creek on Creekfield Drive, that was built in 2016.
Oh, and it's already fallen apart.
Well, it doesn't say falling apart, it's just a structural thing.
Is it? Well, it ain't a 9.
It's a 3.
God damn, it's already a 3.
What the hell happened there?
Yeah.
Did they just not take care of it? Did something
Or
happen to
they
it?
just
Maybe
do
it
a
was a
crappy
5
job
to
building
start.
it. Well, they could have done a shoddy job.
A shoddy job, man. You are talking a lot of crap
Slipshod
about a
in Mexico.
lot of people that could do a lot of bad things to you, man.
Well, you already screwed up the bridges. What else are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I did not expect.
What?
What's that?
Going back to the 7 bridges in our area that were a 3 or less, 4 of them are in Pittsford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have also one in Fairport and then that one in Webster.
Yeah.
Why are so many of these bridges with low rankings in affluent areas?
Well,
That's
are
a
there
great
more
question.
bridges in general in those areas?
Why would there be more bridges in affluent areas? They were
No,
trying
I'm
to
just-
reenact
I'm
bridges
just saying,
of
like the
Madison County.
structure of it. Are there more like overpasses maybe than in other places?
Oh,
I mean, the West Side's pretty flat.
okay. No, but there's still like overpasses and things and canals.
Yeah, I know there are, but I'm saying, are there more
the
on
Parkway.
more on the east side?
All right. My thought was
What's that?
because normally when construction,
Because they all kind of built the interstate. They built it at the same time.
I don't-
No, and they put like the interstate. That was like Eisenhower.
yeah, you
That
can't
was
build
like
it
if-
all at once. They didn't have a billion men lined up and said go, and they built it
No,
all
but
at once.
let's say it was all built within 10 years.
You were around for it. I wasn't.
I wasn't around for
You
it.
were around. It was Trent. You were around.
I was a freaking baby.
Yeah, stupid baby. Doesn't know anything about bridges.
There are certain towns that have way more railroad overpasses than
Okay.
others,
All right.
which I would think maybe you find more on the east side. Is that
I mean,
possible?
look, Kimmy, normally you see when things go wrong on the east side, those get fixed first.
Oh, yeah.
My only thought here, other than Kimmy's throwing
Yeah.
that out there, would be were they waiting on fixing these things because folks who live there bitch and moan when traffic gets all rerouted and there's a major inconvenience? Serious question.
It could be that. It could also be they didn't have the budget for it.
Okay, they got the you got the money.
Because remember, for a while, we didn't spend money on any of this stuff. That's
Yeah.
why it kind of looks like this.
Yeah, but you're also talking like high-end places that
Yeah.
have the budgets for it.
But we didn't fix it. They're still rotten.
Okay. No, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm telling you, it's got to be complaints. Like they are waiting if like these bridges are like
Yeah.
major areas that would
Does
shut
some
down.
Yeah.
damage to something.
Because like we've talked about how in those small towns like Canal Towns, Webster not included here, but Fairport and Pittsburgh, you take out one road, you like cripple
Yeah.
the area. Well, I don't feel like people calling up the mayor's office is bitching at me, so we'll push it off.
True.
Just thinking out loud.
All
I don't
right.
know. I don't know.
But they did fix like some of those bridges in the actual town of Pittsford.
Yeah, they just did that one over the canal.
I
There.
mean, they shut that thing down and rebuilt it.
It's crazy.
It was nice.
It was great.
It's all lit now.
Wow, you can really see those big orange flags you got to pick up to cross the
Rich
street.
Funky's name's up there, nice.
Oh, it's funny you bring that up. Jaden writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. We asked why
Yeah.
more high-end towns.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they worry more about yards, sidewalks, and the canals than the bridges. That's why.
I do have a nice sidewalk. Thanks for Rich Funky. It literally says this is the Rich Funky sidewalk.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Funky.
Again, we're talking about the 7 bridges that were rated a 3 or under, and it's really complicated. You can go find the story in the DNC, but 9 is the best for structural stuff.
Number 1.
0 is catastrophic.
Yeah.
These are 3 or less. 7 of them in our area. 5 of them in affluent towns: Pittsford, Webster, Fairport. A man whose name is probably his real name.
All right.
Guy is on CMF. Hey, Guy, how are you, buddy?
Yes, it's my real name.
All right. What is Guy short for?
Gaetano.
No, Guy. It's just Guy.
Your parents named you Guy.
I always thought it was Gaetano.
Well, if you were a woman, would you have been girl?
No.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Guy.
Dude, the shit that... Oh, I'm sorry, I said the bad word. The bridges that you're sitting on at a light, and all of a sudden a big truck goes over it, and it starts bouncing. You actually feel the bridge bouncing. I've been on several of those. Those scare the crap out of you.
Okay. So, Guy, I'm going to make you feel better because I had said the same thing on the air like a year ago. Because the bounciest bridge in the greater Rochester area is the East Henrietta Road one that goes over 390. And I had said that.
You can feel it.
Yeah, you can feel it move.
Yeah.
And an engineer called up and said that's how it's supposed to be. Like when it doesn't bounce, that's a little bit of an issue.
I don't know.
I'm with you. Look, I don't like it either, but I guess they're designed to bounce.
I don't know.
Like how a building sways in a storm.
Exactly. Like
All
when
right.
it doesn't sway, then it means it's going to come
All
over.
right.
Yeah, and that's something we were told. You remember that call.
Yeah.
That still scares the crap out of me.
I'm with you, Guy. I'm with you. Guy, thanks for the call, buddy. There goes yay.
Yeah, when you're stuck in a high bridge, like you're just parked there for a minute, that's frightening.
And
Especially like you're going into Canada.
Bro, even in upstate, you're right. It's just bridges everywhere, man. Like that, the Rainbow Bridge, the Peace Bridge, that one that
That
goes
thing is up there.
Grand Island.
Yeah.
Even the one that when you're going up north and crossing over in like the Thousand Island areas. Oh,
Yeah.
So I know guys that used to ride motorcycles up there that they would start crapping themselves knowing they had to go over that bridge.
Yeah.
Because it's that steel grade where you could see the water underneath it.
And the wind and
And
everything.
in the summertime, it gets backed up.
Sure.
So you're on a motorcycle,
Sitting there.
sitting at the top, at the peak of that span, waiting, and you're feeling it. Yeah. Not so tough now on that motorcycle, are you?
All right, let's never think about this again.
All right.
The technology that exists today
Yeah.
allowed this man to allegedly commit this crime.
Oh.
And here's the thing. He could have committed this crime 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
He just would have had to use what God gave him. And if the allegations are true,
Yeah.
why he would do it this way and not the traditional way, I think is the most important question.
Okay.
And we'll tell you what allegedly went down out in Victor next here in the break room on CMF. Technology changes everything about our lives.
Oh, yeah.
For example, this story would not have been able to happen 30, 40, 50 years
Really?
ago. You had to do it the old-fashioned way, whipping open a trench coat to show off what God had given you. But the fact that this man, according to police, used technology in this very old-school, creepy-ass crime, maybe says more about him than what technology gives us the ability to do.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. Told you, bitch.
Who?
There was a lot of confusion yesterday
What?
as we were awaiting what we assumed to be a schedule announcement
Yep.
from the NFL and the Buffalo Bills.
Kept waiting and waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Josh Allen was supposed to be on the Today Show, and then he wasn't on Today's Show, and
Yeah.
you went off like a car. Like,
Because you listen to all these jackasses that don't know crap.
Okay.
All they do is they just come up with ideas and they just tell each other, then they write it down.
Is that what happened?
That's sports. That's sports journalism.
Yeah, we now have proof.
It's in the gutter, Pat.
We now have proof of what happened.
What
and
happened?
a confirmation of when we're actually going to see our precious baby boy.
So we know why Josh Allen was not.
we don't know why he wasn't.
Oh, really?
We'll get into it. Yes,
Here,
really.
I hear Catalana's got a hot take. He just talked to both Sal's.
We'll catch you all up as Tommy yells like a petulant jerk. Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. What do you say we take a ride out to Victor?
Sorry.
And we'll avoid all the bridges along the way. According to police, 2 women were walking on a public trail Sunday evening just after 5 o'clock.
Oh.
And that's when they say they were approached by a male. And that male had something he wanted to show him.
All right.
What do you think happened next?
So he dropped trowel?
Wrong! Kind of.
He whip it out?
Authorities say the 23-year-old man,
Wait, 23?
23-year-old man, showed the women a sexually explicit image on his phone.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't know if it was him or just an image.
No
Just,
idea.
just like a lewd image?
It's
I
a
guess?
sexually explicit image
Okay.
from his phone, and he
All right.
did this without their consent.
What an odd conversation to have on a trail on a Sunday.
Like, did he think like he wouldn't get in trouble showing them a picture of himself?
So let's put a pin in that.
Okay.
We'll loop back around.
Okay.
The women alerted the police. They were able to locate the 20-something a short time later. He was arrested, charged with public display of offensive material. He has a court date coming up. And if these allegations are true,
Yeah.
it is a new school twist on an old school crime.
Yeah.
Because there was a time,
There was a time, a creepy time.
thank you, if you wanted to shock women on a walk, you had to show them what God gave you.
Yes.
Now, you can avoid a cold breeze and spending money on an expensive trench coat. But I think the question is fair, and the phone number being 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why the cell phone and not the more traditional flash, Kimmy?
Maybe you're getting the same satisfaction, but you think it's not as serious because you're not actually physically exposing yourself in that moment.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Like maybe you think you're getting away with something.
Let's talk about that. The law under which he is facing these charges is actually a newer law in
Okay.
New York State. So he may have thought what he was doing was not illegal.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like,
mean-
I know how to get around this. And
It-
still, you get the same level of satisfaction out of it or whatever you're looking for.
Okay. By the way, it wasn't all that long ago that, revenge porn, period, was not against the law in New York State.
Yeah,
Like,
there was no law about it.
exactly, because it no
Just
one-
didn't exist.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
how do you legislate against it, Tommy? But yeah, okay. That's a decent theory that he thought that he was going to get the same kicks. But
Yeah.
I always assumed you got those kicks because, like, you were showing them you,
Yeah.
right?
But
Right.
it just says images in general that he showed.
It
You
could have
don't know
been
what
him.
it was.
Oh, no, we don't. Okay, can I ask a serious question? Did he go the phone route because he was not confident in what God gave him?
Oh, it could be. I thought maybe he was just doing it as a joke, just to
What kind of,
shock people, maybe.
what a terrible joke.
Well, listen, what a
knock,
terrible.
knock, who's there? A penis?
Yeah, I don't know, just to get a reaction out of people. Because why else would you do it? Like, what's the thrill?
Well, what's the thrill of a flash?
Yeah.
Well, the thrill of the flash is I'm physically doing something, but this is just showing you an image of something. What would be
I
the
mean,
point
I
if
guess
you
we-
don't know these people?
I mean, I guess we don't know what the image was, but if it was a picture of your dong,
Yeah.
then you're kind of doing the same thing
All
that you
right.
would be if
All
you
right.
popped out with it out.
All right, walk through with me. Walk through me this.
Yeah.
With me. Ready? All right. So, Tommy, for years, there has been a problem for potential creeps.
Yeah.
You want to expose yourself,
Sure.
but you're afraid that people you're flashing will not be impressed. It kept you out of the creep game.
All right.
Until now. Because now I can go online and I can pick any penis I want and try and pass it off as my own. Something
Or you
women
could edit your own if you
Thank
really
you.
want to.
Thank you. Something women on dating apps know all too well.
Okay.
That is not an authentic penis. That is either someone else's penis or a penis, Kimmy, that has undergone a photo shoot. Angles are important,
All right.
right? I mean, you could add a solid 2 inches to your penis depending on which way you're taking that photo.
We do know a guy. We both know this guy who has a picture of his penis on his phone that he loves to show people at bars
Yeah.
because it's so big, and he will.
So he does it for bragging reasons?
Oh yeah,
And it's totally his penis, man. It's totally his
I
penis.
think it's his penis. He's a big guy,
Yeah?
but he will show
Okay.
people his penis on his. Yes.
So anybody, not even just women. Just
Oh, he'll
anybody who's
and by the way, he'll
curious.
just tell you, "Here, look at this." And he'll just show it to you.
All right.
It is quite shocking.
Real stand-up guy. By the way, why would you think it's his penis?
Why would I deny?
Because he would just show you his penis.
Why would I question a man's penis?
I guess when you put it like that.
I never question a penis.
Okay.
I accept a penis as it is.
No, I understand, and that's very open-minded of you.
And you should always accept penises.
Nick writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, I think this guy didn't want to show the real thing because he wasn't at full mast. Also a valid argument,
All right.
right?
He could get
All
laughed at.
Well, look, I mean, if you're not swole in the moment,
Yeah.
Maybe you're not feeling confident in the real thing.
I mean, look,
But
look,
maybe you're not ready for this game to begin with.
but here's the thing. Here's the other problem
Yeah,
with
maybe
some.
he's just testing the waters.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, he got caught the first one
Yeah.
if the allegations are true. Again, we're talking about this story, 252 WCMF, that happened out in Victor. 2 women walking on a public trail Sunday night after 5. They were approached by a male, 23 years old, who allegedly showed the women a sexually explicit image from his phone. He was caught a short while later after the women called the authorities. We're trying to figure out if this guy was looking for jollies,
Yeah.
as they said back in the day. I mean, you didn't do it the old school way. You went the new school way. You don't have this problem. I got this problem.
What?
The shower into grower.
All right.
All right. Because, when I'm ready to roll, we're good. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Let me write this down.
I'm just saying. Well, I'm sorry. You were
In
sharing
case
with me.
anybody was curious.
You were sharing. Well, the reason I am telling you this is if I wanted to get, I'm going to show these women my penis.
Okay.
If I'm not there,
All right.
But do you think that the people that do this, do you think they're looking for people to be impressed, or are they looking for people to just be shocked?
I think.
I think they get a thrill out of just doing it.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I
Like,
think- I
don't
think the
know if
sexual
they're
thrill-
so much concerned
Yeah.
about the size or the way it looks as much as they are, is it just being out?
Right.
Okay, but the bigger. Okay, we're talking about men here.
No, we're
Let's-
talking about perverts.
No,
Yeah.
but I mean,
I think
perverts
this
are
is a-
men.
I think
Men
this
are
is a
perverts.
different-
Men be perverts.
I don't know.
Look, Kimmy, I understand you trying
I
to.
think it's a perverted thrill.
Okay,
Yeah,
I agree
because
with
I think
you.
if you were really concerned about, to your point, like the size and everything, you'd be too self-conscious to do it.
All right, walk through this with me,
All right.
Kimmy, and I understand why you would be confused by this. You tell me I'm ashamed of.
What?
Because you are a man. Everything about men is size.
Yes, it is.
Truck, burgers, TVs, penises, right? The bigger the better. People buy pills in gas stations. They will buy gas station pills.
Yeah.
Where on the bottle it says, gives you an extra 3 inches. And you're going to sit here and tell me these men that are exposing themselves, they probably don't care about the size of their penis.
I don't think so.
You're
I
out of your mind.
think-
I don't think
I-
that that's their goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think because they're twisted perverts, so I don't think they have like normal logic when it comes to this stuff.
The guy whose penis you saw on the phone,
Yeah.
big penis?
Oh, whopper.
Would you call that guy a twisted pervert?
No, he's a little different.
How so? He's showing his penis off at a bar.
But he does it as a joke.
No, he's not. He's doing it to impress you.
Well, semi, yeah.
It's the same
Well,
thing.
well, I guess he could be.
he
has
is doing what this guy is accused of doing.
never on a trail,
You don't know that.
never on
Strangers.
state property,
You don't know that.
always at bars.
You never went every trail and trip with him.
No, I had that buddy too, and he had a good job. But he liked to whip it out to chicks at bars and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he had a problem.
What was the problem?
It was twisted upstairs. a little
Was
bit.
his penis decent size?
No,
Oh.
no, and he had a gut, which even made the penis look smaller because there was always like an overhang.
Yeah,
it was like going to the airport. But they showed the damn thing.
Okay.
And I think some guys think that they do have a big one.
Okay,
even
but
though they don't.
But that's just it. Just because they don't have it doesn't mean they don't think they have it.
Okay, all right.
I really think.
So you think it's all about size?
I do. I think the only reason you're exposing it is because you think it's huge, and women are going to be
Yeah.
like, "Oh my god!" Because why again? Like, if I am in a trench coat,
But they also don't. I'm sorry.
if I'm in a trench coat and I have a small penis,
Yeah.
right, and I whip it open, and two women go,
Yeah.
But they still do it.
but it's definitely.
Like
But
there's
again,
some
we don't know
people that do-
sizes.
No, but I'm saying like some of the people that do it, they do it over and over again. They do it in different ways. Sometimes they're just walking around with it out. Like I don't think that person is concerned with the way it looks.
Okay,
And they also didn't get the message that women never want to see it
that's a whole other discussion.
ever. Like, but they think there's certain guys that think they do want to see it,
Oh, I know.
and no woman with eyes want to see your crank
No,
ever.
but here's
That's
the-
why when you whip it out and they try to hide it on them as quickly as possible, so they don't have to look at it.
Look, everything you're saying is logical,
Mm-hmm.
right? That being said, all of the women listening that have used dating apps in the
Yeah.
last 10 years
Yeah.
have gotten sent unsolicited
But
images.
that's I see that as way different than the guy that just has it out.
I agree with you.
Again, because the images, to your point, you're probably taking 1,000 of those and sending her like the best looking one
I
in,
agree.
in your opinion.
I agree with you. The point that I'm making is,
Yeah.
even though you and I are well aware that women don't want to see our penises,
Mm.
the every other man in Rochester apparently is not aware of that because, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Where are you from? Penis. Right here comes my dong. Like, just women are getting
Yeah.
dong pics nonstop. I mean, Kimmy, your friends tell you about this.
Yes.
Dongs 24/7.
I
It's
think
like
that
a
was-
dong party and everyone's invited.
I mean, I guess I haven't heard about it lately. I feel like that's something you guys maybe get a little bit smarter about as you age.
Is that true?
Yeah, but the young guys.
I feel like they got
Coming
them
up.
way more in like their 20s than they do like their 30s, 40s.
well,
Man, I hope there's no guy my age
Yeah.
that thinks somebody wants to see your ugly ass, half dead crank.
of course there are guys your age sending
But
penis
that's so sad, man.
Bro, doing it at 20 is also sad.
Like, if you think your penis is ugly at 20, wait till you see it when it's 65.
Were you ever proud of your penis?
Yeah, because I was a kid. I thought women wanted to see it, and I loved
Okay, so you're exactly.
it. As a kid.
Yeah.
But now, the guy now that still thinks a woman my age
Mm-hmm.
thinks anybody wants to see your crank.
All it takes is one woman in your life to tell you.
That's a sad woman.
No, but I'm saying, but there are every.
But you're saying like to tell you that to make you feel better,
Well,
not
I mean,
even
yeah.
necessarily.
But for you to believe it at my age.
Okay, but let's talk about self-awareness. Again, you just told me a story about a guy who took a picture of his penis, according to
Yeah.
you, and showed it to people at bars. Does that man have self-awareness?
Probably not.
No, he doesn't. So you sit here and you go, well, why would you believe that? We have guys call all the time when
Yeah.
we talk about pleasuring women
Yeah.
and go, my wife has an orgasm every time. Does she? My wife says I'm the best she's ever been with. Are you? Those guys would not be sending penis pictures thinking
right.
that their penis looks great at 40, 50, 60, 70 years old because one time one woman was like, ooh, that's the biggest I've ever seen. And if it's not, ooh, I don't like the big ones. They hurt.
Yeah.
By the way, don't
It's
say
too
that.
much.
Don't say that, ladies.
Yes.
Not great. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Stacy. Stacy says, I'm surprised these women even called the police. This is so common now
Common.
that
for
women are used to it. Just move on and
for
let
a
him do his
stranger
thing.
to expose their penis to you in some way, shape, or form. Like I hope that doesn't happen to you often.
Well, okay. I
You're
mean,
on a trail on a Sunday afternoon.
does it happen often? I mean, maybe
Surprise penis.
maybe she just means seeing surprise penises in different places.
It sounds like she gets this a lot.
Stacy, what's your secret? Well, I don't know. Like Kimmy, if you were on this
Just
trail.
had that shirt, show me your crank. Make cranks great again.
Yeah, but she's a mechanic. They totally
Yeah.
misunderstood. If you're on this trail
Yeah.
and Sunday night and some guy shows you a sexually explicit photo, are you calling the cops?
Okay, like I guess it would be weird, not obviously as scary and weird as somebody having it out in person.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to deal with that because that's just something I can't wrap my mind around. That you're showing me an image on your phone. I don't know what it is or who it is. I'm probably not calling the
Okay,
cops.
so that's what Stacy said. I'm surprised
But
they even called the cops.
but I'm still surprised by it. It's not something I would expect to happen.
How old were the women, did they say?
It does not say how old the women
He
were.
was 23.
He's 23. Yeah.
Okay.
What are you thinking?
Well, I think if they're old ladies are called the cops.
Well, how many young women go trail walking?
True. Well, maybe there are a
That
couple
was
of-
him.
Oh, that was his penis? I don't know. I'm just assuming if you show an old bird that, she's calling the cops right away.
An old bird. Thank you, Ringo Starr. Now that's another interesting
What?
question. Are older women or younger women more likely to call the cops because the younger women may see it more often and be like,
They'd
this
laugh.
is no big deal, right?
Right.
Older women, they've probably seen more penises.
Not like that.
Okay.
Not like flashed or even in. They didn't grow up with them in media and things of that nature.
I mean, you have argued there are way more penises
Bro,
on TV.
every single goddamn thing we watch now on TV,
Yeah.
including Jeopardy, you see a penis.
It's a daily double.
Yes. No, I'm telling you, I even Kimmy has to admit, with these shows we watch, there's a lot
I
of
would say
cranking.
within like the last 5 years,
The cranks
way,
are up.
way more men nude below
Yeah.
the belt than women.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that say about your algorithm on Netflix?
I don't know.
But to his point, sometimes it's just like
Dongs you'll
you
love.
didn't. It has nothing to do with the storyline.
I'm telling you, all of a sudden the guy gets up and there's his wang.
Okay. Let's take one call. We've been rambling here. 252 WCMF. Again, if you're just joining us, talking about this 23-year-old guy on a trail in Victor, according to police, approached two women walking on the trail Sunday night and showed them a photo on his phone of a sexually explicit image. Greg has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Greg. How are you, buddy?
All right. Hey, there's this thing on How I Met Your Mother that on a dating site, when your date is kind of, it ain't going, it ain't going very well.
All right.
Yeah, you just pull it out, and it works. If you could get her on a date, she knows what's going on, man.
I don't know if you explained that the right way.
No,
Greg.
let's just say I feel like he did. Maybe. Hey, you want to break down the Big Bang Theory before we let you go, or are we done here?
No, that's it.
All right, great
Yep.
call, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
This is why you never take sex or dating advice from your dad. Mm-hmm. Just take it out.
Yeah. Show it to her.
She knows what the deal is.
Show him the family weapon.
Okay. All right. A little redemption for Kimmy and I from yesterday.
Okay.
I don't think
I
so.
don't know.
I-
Did we get?
Oh, by the way,
I
what
didn't
is-
see.
I have
anything.
proof.
By the way,
proof.
where's the big announcements?
It's
The
still
things I
maybe,
saw
maybe
were-
tomorrow.
No,
Well, it's gonna be tomorrow.
I have proof, you jackass.
Okay.
that I was wrong.
Yeah, well, no, we weren't wrong.
Right.
But there was some kind of mistake
Okay.
or incident
Okay.
or something
All right.
that happened, and we will give you all the information because you said maybe tomorrow. It is tomorrow, but it'll be
Yeah.
before it's supposed to be tomorrow. And I'll explain everything with our precious baby boy Josh Allen
All right.
and us getting stood up yesterday. Next here, the break room. Let's see about. We weren't crazy.
Yeah.
We weren't stupid. This was a thing that was supposed to happen.
Okay.
And today, we now have confirmation that our special baby boy
Yeah.
will be making an appearance on this show, and the date and time he will be there.
Maybe we shouldn't say that again.
Rock solid positive.
All right.
Rock solid positive.
All right.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday was a big day
Oh, yeah.
because there were several reports that Josh Allen would be appearing on the Today Show, and we assumed that he would be going on the Today Show as the NFL was starting their intentional leaks of when the schedule would come out to announce a big game that would be on NBC. And we speculated early yesterday morning that they would be playing on Thanksgiving because NBC has the primetime Thanksgiving and it would be all exciting, last day,
Sure.
Christmas movie, all that stuff. So we literally waited all morning, sat in this room to give you the breaking news of what that game would be. And then around 8:30,
Yeah, what happened?
Sports Illustrated reported that Josh Allen was not, in fact, going to be on the Today Show.
Oh.
And you went off like a car alarm.
What happened?
Well, no, you tell me, because you were yelling at me yesterday.
All these experts out all going. Somebody just shot their mouth off and everybody ran with it.
Okay, so
He's probably not even going to be on TV.
several listeners sent us screenshots of promos that said Josh Allen appearing Monday morning on the Today Show. So that was going to happen.
That was teased at some point.
The promo then changed to Josh Allen this week on the Today Show. So we don't know what happened, if it was a miscommunication, if he had to reschedule, whatever. What we do know, Josh Allen will be appearing tomorrow between 9 and 10 a.m. on the Today Show on NBC.
And big announcement.
Well, no, there's nothing about an announcement. In fact, the segment is being called Catching Up with Josh Allen.
Okay. Well,
Why
he's
do I
got a
need
lot
to-
going on.
Why do I need to catch up with Josh Allen?
Getting married in like a week.
Yeah,
Tom.
remember Deion Dawkins blabbed his stupid mouth and he's getting married the 31st of May?
So he's not even given an announcement.
Well,
We don't know. We don't know.
So when the actual schedule comes out Wednesday night.
8 p.m. Wednesday, the rest of the schedule. We found out yesterday that the primetime Christmas game will be the Chiefs and the Broncos.
Sucks.
Well, no, it's a divisional game. That'll be a good game. Broncos were a playoff team last year.
Yeah, but they're always like a crappy playoff team.
They're a young team. Their quarterback is like a young. He's a Josh Allen
Wannabe?
dupe, as the kids would say. So yes, it is possible that Josh Allen goes on the Today Show tomorrow and blows another game that will be on NBC for the NFL. It's possible that he just goes on to talk about the schedule coming out, talks about his career, the MVP, his fiance, and the biggest movie on the planet, and that's the end of it. So we don't know what to expect.
All right.
This
Can't
whole-
wait.
Shut up.
Josh catches you up on everything Josh.
Oh, you're not going to watch?
Yeah, I'm going to watch.
Yeah, shut up, bitch.
Because I'm a sucker.
Yeah, you are.
You know it's going to be boring as crap.
Unless he blows.
I don't know. He might say something.
What if he gives us a date for a primetime game? What if we find out
that'd be a
tomorrow
big one.
they are playing on Thanksgiving?
Okay.
By the way, today, if I'm not mistaken, on Good Morning Football, it's the Italian version, on NFL Network, they should be doing the international game.
Oh, you get that breakdown.
Yeah.
All right.
So that could potentially involve the Bills. We're not sure about that yet.
Yeah, the doubling game, I'm hearing.
Okay,
It
again,
would be nice to like rule that out by the afternoon.
I heard some guys talking yesterday.
I have a very rock-solid source that says the Bills will not be playing in Europe.
See,
Oh,
my
rock
my
solid,
Sal
huh?
says you may
Just-
be coming in.
Was that source as rock solid as the ones we had yesterday?
Yeah.
telling
No.
us Josh Allen would be on the Today
You
Show.
mean NBC and the Today Show?
That's what
a
I'm
pretty
saying.
rock-solid source. No, from what I understand, it will be either the Packers or the Vikings
Okay.
that will be playing the Steelers in Dublin.
Oh. All right.
That's what I was told,
Okay. All right.
but I could be wrong.
Let's see.
We'll find out tomorrow. Again, this is torture. This is really legitimate torture. Just give me the effing schedule, man.
You're going to have it all tomorrow night. Who cares?
No, because I got to wait all effing day.
And not only like do you have to wait all day, but even when the actual official program starts, you still have to wait another hour.
Did you say
or
it's
two.
3 hours?
It is 3 hours. The good news is the NFL has started, Kimmy, just giving you the schedule right at 8 o'clock. You can watch the matchup
Then
show
break
if you
it
want.
down.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I am going to watch it. No, they do, every year they give you
Well,
the
what's-
schedule right at 8.
Guys talking about games that won't happen for 8 months.
And it's going to get better ratings than some of the NBA playoff games.
That's shocking.
It's definitely going to get better ratings than the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, the Stanley Cup, nobody watches.
Great games, by the way. If you're not watching,
Oh.
you're missing it.
Come on, man. Edmonton,
Yeah.
love it. Love it.
It's pretty remarkable.
Oh,
Okay.
it's a great story, Pat.
This is actually
Yeah.
maybe one of the greatest sports weeks of the year.
What do you got?
Okay, so you have the NBA playoffs going on. The Knicks are doing something no one expected,
Yeah.
as are the Indiana Pacers. You got great playoff matchups in the Western Conference as well. You also still, have two Rochester guys for teams that are in. Jalen
Okay.
Pickett from Aquinas is still playing for the Denver Nuggets. And Thomas Bryant of Kearney is still playing for the Indiana Pacers.
All right.
Last night, you had the NBA draft lottery, and the Mavericks stunned everybody with a 1% chance of winning that. You have the NFL schedule release tomorrow night.
Damn.
Tomorrow night, you also have the
Wait.
Emerks kicking off their second-round playoff
Oh,
series.
yeah.
That game will be live on MSG. If you don't have tickets, that game will be at the Blue Cross Arena downtown. It's awesome.
Too much.
It is actually too much.
Get the Lilac Festival.
And the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. It's awesome. And, like, soak it in now
Yeah.
because, like, in a month.
when those
No, it's tennis.
finals end,
The French Open.
it's a long summer of. Well, I guess you got baseball, but
Got
that's
baseball.
about it.
No, I'm going to get stuck watching tennis, too, because my 12-year-old plays tennis now.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, you got a Pagula in there.
Well, Gola, but Pagula in there.
She's good. She's ranked 3 in the world.
No, she's playing. Pagula is playing her. Wago Pagula in there. Idiot. What sucks the most about tomorrow,
What is it?
again, as we now have confirmation that Josh Allen was supposed to be on the Today Show yesterday.
Yeah.
We don't know why he wasn't on,
Yeah.
but that has been moved to 10 a.m. Between 9 and 10 on Wednesday. He will be on. It's confirmed by NBC. Waiting to 8 for the schedule sucks.
Oh, my God, the whole day.
What sucks even harder is there are going to be, quote, leaks all day long.
From your boys.
Right.
So you get, these ones are actual jackasses.
Oh, yeah, not the cool guys you hang out with.
Like you?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Kimmy, you're going to get your hopes up reading obviously fake
Hopes
Yeah.
from humps.
leaks.
That's what they ought to call that whole segment.
Is that what they should
Yeah.
call that whole segment? Oh, yeah, Pagula. All right. So we sit and wait
Oh,
for our baby boy Josh. And then tomorrow night, full schedule.
can't wait to hear it.
I can't either. Take a break. It's a problem with a solution.
Okay.
Right? It's got a solution. The solution is very obvious what you can do to make this go away, this massive problem in New York
Yeah.
State. But for some reason, the state of New York is trying every bad idea first.
Okay.
We have another bad idea, and then a somewhat good idea.
Okay.
And you know this is a good idea when you stand it next to the bad idea. But even this good idea, Kimmy, to make sure that we have enough volunteer firefighters statewide in New York has a problem involved.
Yeah.
And the fact, Kimmy, that they waited this long to even attempt this
Yeah.
is kind of a slap in the face of the volunteers, seeing as how if you are a paid firefighter, you already get this.
Oh.
Along with your salary. We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. we finally have a good idea to fix this massive problem.
Good.
And we know it's a good idea because it's sandwiched between two really bad ideas.
Oh, all right.
But even with this good idea, it's only a temporary fix. And whenever you say these words together, there are always going to be folks that are going to go, wait a minute, no. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What happened?
Breaking news.
Ooh.
We need more volunteer firefighter and EMS workers.
Yeah, for like 10 years now.
More like 25 years.
25 years.
The state of New York says the number of just volunteer firefighters since 2005 has dropped by 40,000 volunteers.
God damn.
And to put that into perspective, right now, New York State has about 91,000 volunteers. So we've lost a third of volunteers, firefighter volunteers.
And the young guys ain't coming up.
Yep, since 2005, young men, young women. So they're not willing to do it.
Yeah.
How do you fix it?
Well, you got to pay them.
Okay, we'll get to that. No, they're not going to do that. We're not going to pay them. Let's
Not
not
gonna do
say,
the obvious
let's
thing.
not say crazy stuff. We're going to give
Yeah.
them money to do a job that's dangerous. You give them incentive.
Okay. Gift cards.
That actually might work better than this idea.
All right.
So we'll start with the bad idea.
All right.
A bill has been introduced in the state Senate who will give folks that volunteer to work as a firefighter or ambulance worker property tax and income tax credits.
Okay. So state income tax, you get a break on it?
Yeah, right now you can choose one or the other. This
Oh,
one would
you don't
give you
even get
both.
both.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, you do
This
get
new
both.
idea, you
Okay.
would get both.
So I would get not completely on the state tax.
Credit.
Yeah, it's pretty vague. All right.
All right, so let's walk through the problems here, right?
But I'm 22 years old.
Mm.
What do I care about that?
Well, what?
Because you want young guys.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all?
But you got to lure the young guys.
Not with that shirt, you won't. The information on this program is kind of
Yeah.
all over the place.
All right.
So if you work as a volunteer, right, and use one of these programs, we could use your help, 252 WCMF. So first off, homes are insanely expensive, obviously.
Right.
Sure.
And we know that the age of buying a first home is going up.
Yeah.
There was a time,
There was a time, a young time.
thank you, where a guy with no kids or a child could buy a house and then have time to volunteer to be a firefighter.
Right.
Now, you ain't got the time
Right.
in your late 20s and early 30s. And if you don't own a home, well, half of this doesn't even help
Right.
you. But you still get the income tax credit,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
All right.
Guess how much that is?
Right.
$800.
Wait, a year off my state taxes?
$800 for a year of volunteering.
Are you kidding
This
me?
is what I have in the
Man,
story.
these chintzy pricks.
Chintzy Pricks, one of my favorite English writers from the 1800s. No, look, if I'm wrong, 252 WCMF.
$800 is going to,
That's
hey,
what
go
I
risk
have.
your life.
That's what I have here. It's complicated,
Right.
252 WCMF. Now, there is nothing, at least in my opinion, about these two incentives that would make someone that was on the fence consider volunteering,
Right.
right?
None.
But
Okay.
there was another idea.
What's that?
And this one may actually be the first good idea we've heard to get people in.
Get a little traction. What we got?
This bill that is also currently sitting in state legislation would forgive student loans.
So they pay off your student loans.
The legislation, which, by the way, already exists for paid career firefighters, would offer student loan forgiveness to volunteer firefighters that work for 10 years. Kimmy, you thought this was a great idea.
I mean, I'm just thinking of there are people I know that were overwhelmed with student loans that ended up getting like a second job or second source of income to try to like combat that or help with the payments. And I'm thinking like if something like this was available for those people, like I would think they would immediately sign up or at least give it a try. If that was the potential outcome of doing that volunteer work.
So you'd have to know roughly what the average student debt is in New York State per. You know what I'm saying?
We can Google it right now. Kimmy,
I mean, are you carrying $10,000 worth of student debt? Are you
I'm
carrying
gonna guess
50?
I'm going to guess it's $38,000. That's my shot. I'm taking a shot.
All right. Overall, I'm going to
Average.
say it's lower.
You think it's lower than 38?
I'm going to say it's less than $20,000.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm guessing too. I know there's people like your wife who was a doctor, but there's also schlub idiots that just went in there and and scratched their ass for 4 years.
Well, yeah, because you majored in schlub idiot. What is wrong with you?
Ass scratching.
The average student debt in New York State is $38,000.
Holy crap!
A little over $38,000.
Oh my God, that's a walk-off. That's a walk. Goodbye. I'm going home.
All right, so you save $40,000. Yeah, that would work if they're gonna So they're going to pay it off, or are they doing this thing again?
Or like
where,
maybe it takes care of your monthly payments. I don't know how it would work.
Are they just wiping my debt clean?
Or you have to work at a certain amount of time before you
You
get
said
it.
10
I don't
years.
know.
Quote.
Well, that's for paid.
No.
firefighters and
This is
stuff.
how it would work
No.
for volunteers also.
Oh, it's the same
At
way.
least according to the
Okay,
story.
gotcha.
Unless I'm
Right.
wrong. Again,
Gotcha.
252 WCMF. I'm sorry. Let me just bask for one more second.
Oh,
Okay. Yes. It sounds like your student loans would be forgiven for 10 years of volunteer.
that would work.
Okay.
I'm guessing. But it's still not a job, man. It's still not a career. It's a volunteer situation. So you don't get the benefits of like everything when you retire.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, to me, I bet you it doesn't move the needle that much.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because here's the thing. I understand, Kimmy, your point, because student debt will bury human beings.
Yeah.
Especially if you are working in a career field where your degree maybe does not apply. And I understand
Which is most folk.
I understand that there are people that want to do this. They are looking for reasons in their schedule where they can't, and
Right.
maybe this is what pushes them over the edge. All that being said, Tommy,
Yeah.
you and I both know what it'll take to get this problem fixed.
And no politician is ever going to stick their ass in a line to do it because they know they can't get elected. It's dead in the water.
I think we both assumed it because you've said before it's just a matter of time before the state said F it and paid all the people that they need.
Well, you're going to paint yourself into a corner.
Okay, but we already have. We're down 40,000
Right.
firefighters
Yeah.
in the last
How
20
much-
years.
how much we're
So you're going to have
spending.
to raise property taxes on everybody.
Oh, whoa,
Right.
whoa,
And so
whoa.
as soon as you say that, no politician thinks they can get elected raising taxes.
Okay,
So it's going to die in the state in Albany.
so you've changed your tune because you said it's just a matter of time before they're paid. Now you are
Well-
feeling hopeless.
Well, I'm just saying, like, at some point, either the freaking governor would have to go,
The
freaking
freaking governor.
like a state of emergency where they go, hey, man, we have to pay these guys.
Yeah, but I don't think you could state emergency pay people. I think that's more like the National Guard is now the fire department.
Well, yeah, but if you get to that point, you're going to have to do something.
Oh no, I understand.
You're gonna have a 9/11 moment where you're going to have to go, oh, we're going to have to just do this.
But I don't even think it takes a 9/11 moment, right? I mean, it's just a matter of enough people in a community going,
tragedy.
Yes, my grandmother had a heart attack and there wasn't somebody there to get there. My house burned down and something terrible.
I think it's going to take a massive tragedy, unfortunately, because that's how this country works.
Okay,
we
but-
don't get off our ass until we go, oh my God, how could this ever happen? Thing I thought always could happen.
But let's walk through that. Let's say
Yeah.
there is massive tragedies, usually move the needle in bigger cities where there's paid fire departments. That's
Yeah.
why this doesn't get addressed because where the major population is City of Rochester City, Buffalo City, Syracuse City, Albany, New York City, you've got paid fire departments, right? Like these fringe places that were
Yeah.
like, by the way, 90% of firefighters in New York State are volunteer. How about that?
that's insane.
90.
I don't know whoever came up with this idea, but God damn it, what a bunch of idiots.
Well, it worked for 200 years.
It didn't. It's never worked. They've always said like it's never been enough.
Who said that?
Everybody, how do you have something as dangerous as that? And hey, volunteers should handle it, right?
I mean, look, the system did work. I mean, if we go back to the numbers we have in front of us here, again, 252 WCMF, what I have in front of me here
Yeah.
is that in 2005, we had statewide 131,000 volunteer firefighters. Now that is down to 91,000. We've lost 40,000
Yeah.
in the last 20 years. Again, we're talking about these two ideas to try and get people to volunteer for firefighters. One of the ideas, volunteer to be a firefighter. One of the ideas is a tax break, property tax break, and income tax break in New York State.
Yeah.
The other idea, student loan forgiveness
Right.
in exchange for 10 years of working as a volunteer firefighter.
And
Now,
that only works for guys that went to college. And what about
Also
guys
true.
that, just working guys that don't have student debt?
great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
That leaves out a lot of dudes.
No, you're right, but I mean, it's the best idea we've heard so far.
Soft college boys coming to your rescue.
Not like you, tough, not college boy.
I was semi-soft, uneducated.
You're the
I
soft.
don't
What?
know
You're the
what-
softest.
I was soft and semi-educated.
He's so uneducated he couldn't say it right
Okay.
the first time. And you were never semi-educated. When were you educated?
I was semi-educated.
Where?
Florida.
You couldn't. You barely graduated high school in the state of Florida.
Negotiated your
Graduated.
degree.
252 WCMF. All right, folks have better ideas.
All right.
Let's talk to KC. Hey, KC, how are you?
Hey, good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, Tommy, real quick introduction. I'm the guy that dropped off some Courvoisier XO at your old house in Webster a million years ago.
Thank you.
Remember?
Dude, you don't remember that?
Yeah, oh yeah. I was just telling Pat about it.
He's been asking the last couple of weeks. I wonder when KC's going to call up.
Screw you. Anyways, you're talking about $800 for the firemen. We just had to hire 3 dental hygienists, which there's a huge shortage of across the nation, but mostly in New York State.
And they can't even put out fires.
They're making $45 to $50 an hour. We had to offer $10,000 signing bonuses to get them. So we just spent $30,000 to get hygienists. You're talking about $800 for firemen? That's pathetic.
No, I agree with you. So what's the better idea, KC?
Bottle of cognac. Casey will drop it off.
Cognac and $10,000.
Okay, so you want to just give him $10,000 cash?
Well, look, you gotta have incentives. My point is $800 is a joke.
No, I agree with you. But, again, every solution that isn't pay them a salary.
Right, we're just dancing around.
Exactly. Like, yeah, sure, here's a $10,000 signing bonus to come volunteer, right? Well, that $10,000 is going to be gone before you know it. And now, how long is that? Wait, 10 years, $1,000 a year? Or you're slapping them in the face again here, Casey.
I don't know what to tell you. That's just my experience.
All right, Casey, thanks for the call. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't have solutions for everything, but that's just what happened with us, and it's frustrating as hell.
Okay. Thanks, Casey.
Thanks for the booze.
They're not here. I hung up. He didn't hear that part. He
damn
still
it.
hates you. It's over. Justin writes us. As a volunteer firefighter, the state also passed a bill where it gives new students a stipend of at least $1,000 who complete the New York State Firefighter 1 course. Okay. Is that stipend for the course, Justin, or is that for any education? Because if you're giving me $1,000 to learn to become a firefighter when I'm going to volunteer to become a firefighter?
Yeah.
What was the thing? Was it the Brighton Police Department was inviting college kids to come volunteer with them and get room and board or something?
So statewide, it's called the Bunkers Program.
Okay, that's
and
what it is.
any college kid.
Yeah.
There are
while they're in school.
Yeah, firehouses that can live at the firehouse and they get
But that's not going to fix the problem.
And as soon as a kid graduates,
he's gone.
It's a temporary fix.
And those kids, I think, the ones that we talked about, because there was a story about this a couple of years ago. Their goal is to become professional paid firefighters.
Yeah, they don't want to do the volunteer program.
They don't want to do the volunteer program.
That's right.
They don't.
They don't.
Do you want to do the volunteer program? I do not want to do the volunteer program. I'd also love to know,
what?
They're offering the tax break, the $800 according to the story. What the average person would have to pay in taxes to make sure everyone in the firehouse made a living.
Oh, so how much your property taxes would go up per year?
Would it be an extra $100 per family per year? Would it be an extra $5 per family per year? Because either way, it's worth it.
I guess it would depend though how big the town is.
But you would have more people in the town.
Yeah.
The more people, the less the burden.
Right. But I'm saying for those small towns that need the volunteers.
Country town.
That would cost a lot more per family.
Well, no, because you wouldn't need as many firefighters because you have fewer homes.
Yeah, but you still need to pay people.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what I'm getting at is show me a number. Let's just work out some numbers. What it would cost for salary and benefits.
Right.
Because I don't think there's a number you can tell me where I'd be like, oh, it's too much.
So let's say we'll take a town like Henrietta. It's a pretty big town. So let's say your property taxes would go up $1,000 a year.
Whoa!
To fully pay for.
Whoa! Sorry, no, we're good. I was
a fully staffed, paid for fire department.
No, thank you.
Would you pay that?
Yeah, of course I'll pay it. Yeah, I want my house to not burn down.
Okay.
I want if my father-in-law is over and something terrible happens in EMS work to be able to come and help him out.
Yeah, but let's say it was somebody's mother-in-law. Maybe not. It's a mother-in-law.
$200. Yeah,
but when you say $1,000, man, people ain't gonna pay it. They'll freak out. They won't vote for the guy.
Okay,
and they know this.
All right, well then, hey, your house is gonna burn.
I know. And
again, it's so funny, man, to watch people walk around and talk, the heroes. Thank you. Heroes. I'm gonna wear a shirt. I'm gonna wear a shirt that says fire department on it, even though I'm not in the fire department because I respect our heroes. Can I get paid? No. No. I respect you. I don't pay you. Yeah. That's what the respect is for.
Yes.
We'll call you a hero. 252 WCMF. Again, new ideas to try and scrounge up firefighters, volunteer firefighters in New York State. One of them, a combination property tax, income tax break. The other one, for 10 years of volunteer service, the state would wipe away student debt. Whatever you got. Both of these are in the bills ready to be voted on.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is solid yet. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
How are you, gentlemen?
Good. What's up?
Good morning. Well, the federal government through FEMA offers a grant called FEMA Safer, and it's for recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters. It also pays for career firefighters, but that's another thing. And we write this grant in the South. We get like $25 per call for every time a firefighter or volunteer responds to a call, but New York State won't allow it. So, you could get money per call for a firefighter. And when we get this grant in the South, North Carolina, South Carolina, their recruitment rates, they get a whole bunch of people. It's not a huge dollar amount, but every time they go to a call, they get like $25, covers gas, a little bit of time. And you see huge spikes in recruitment and retention. But New York State, nope, it's a no-go.
All right, but even the $25, like you said, like if I'm on the fence, I mean, to me at this point, Jay, it's less about how many people can we get out there and more about, like, have a little respect for folks that are willing to run into a burning building.
Right.
Oh, look, I've worked with these guys my entire life. I'm a retired cop. We worked with the firefighters. And, New York State, one of the problems you see, you get career departments, which I support. But say you look at like the, different towns around us, I won't name them, but they've gone to all career departments that used to be volunteer. The volunteers stop showing up when, you're going to do this for free when the guy next to you is making $100,000. And that's a real problem in Monroe County. But, it's reality. Some places have had to go to career paid guys and the volunteers just, they stop coming. It's tough. And these are family traditions and you hate seeing it. We've got a great group of people in this county. We're very lucky. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
No,
No.
I'm sorry. I was watching the TV when you were talking, Jay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get pretty boring. I apologize,
I'm kidding,
gentlemen.
Jay. Thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Take care,
day. Jay brought you some a bunch of commercials. I know what time. All right, we've been talking to a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
We've been talking to a bunch of people with ideas on how to get people to do it.
Yeah.
How about a lady who does it?
Oh, yeah, lady firefighter.
Why is that surprising?
I know what I was saying.
No, why did you say it like that?
A lady.
Oh, it's not. No, wait. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let's see what's happening here. Renee's on CMF.
I don't know if she's a firefighter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I read the thing wrong. Renee, go ahead. I'm sorry. She's in a burning building right now.
No, I'm actually not. So they do give a stipend for volunteers to take your basic interior and your basic exterior courses, which is roughly about $2,000. However, they don't pull any taxes out of it, so at the end of the year, you'll get taxed. So, I mean, they're trying, but I don't really see how it's much.
Always with the taxes.
So I get what you're saying. Renee, I got to let you go. Your phone's killing me. All right, we'll take one more.
All right.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
I want to call the fire department for better calls.
Yes.
Let's take one more. It's a level, there's 5-alarm call fire in here. Chris, save the show, buddy. You got the last word.
Who's this?
Chris.
I am?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Hey,
Not a great start. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. 25 years volunteer, and I left because of the regulations and challenges. But when I was out of state, I volunteered in Ohio and Michigan. We got paid per call, and it was like $10 a run. If the run lasted over 3 hours, we got an additional $5, and we got paid out quarterly.
Okay.
$15?
Yeah, but it adds up over time when you hit the number of runs, and you're volunteer, but it's paid per call volunteer.
Okay, so like when you got that quarterly check, like what was the average of the check?
I usually got about 1,000, 1,500, depending on the number of runs I made and how busy the department was.
Okay. Were you always like the last one to get coffee and a donut hanging out of your mouth? Oh, you guys got it under control? Well, I'm here. Write me down. Write me down.
No. You don't do that when you're like that.
It was a joke. Chris, it was a joke, Chris. I'm joking, Chris.
We don't joke in the firehouse.
No,
So, you know what we say in the firehouse? If we ain't picking on you, we don't love you.
Yeah, I could tell you weren't very sensitive about what I just said. So you're doing a
I
great
know,
job, Chris.
But anyway, those are some solutions when I was in Michigan and Ohio that they did, and it would increase numbers.
Okay, Chris, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Just to wrap that whole thing up,
Right.
because that's what the gentleman Jay had brought up. Facebook messages coming in. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, I'm not 100% sure, but the money that comes from the federal government, the state of New York spends on equipment instead of paying people to go to calls because we've had volunteers for so long. Maybe that changes, but the equipment is better in New York traditionally than other places.
Right.
I don't
We got good equipment, but we just can't get it to you.
What do you
This is a pretty fire engine just sitting here.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You may have to call an ambulance worker if you take some of this stuff.
Oh.
Because this should not be a story. This should not be a thing the government has to come out and say to you. Because, like, we all get messed up in our own ways.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Everybody's looking for a high.
Yeah.
What you got? What are they doing?
Don't buy your intoxicant where the roller dogs and the Slurpees are.
What are they selling?
because there is apparently something
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
that is like unbelievably dangerous.
But they legally sell it?
No, well, it's in a gray area because
Oh.
this is illegal.
But
We'll explain everything
Okay.
next here in the break room on CMF. This shouldn't be a story.
Okay.
You should not have to warn people about taking stuff like this for sale at the gas station, right? But here we are.
Gas station goodies.
Look, man, there are all kinds of levels of folks in life,
Yeah.
but it takes a very special kind of person to decide. I am going to F up my consciousness with this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we're about 25 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Ooh, buddy boy, I'm ready to go.
You disqualified yourself last week.
All right, I learned my lesson.
No, you
know.
didn't. You've disqualified yourself more than anybody else in the history of the game.
Done with that.
Okay. Kimmy's got her post on the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud just after 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm right now so you don't miss it. Where are they whining? Coming up in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. A dire warning
About what?
coming from the Food and Drug Administration. They are begging people to stop taking substances for sale at local gas stations that are designed as supplements.
Okay, like vitamins or like pep pills or
Okay, specifically the pills and drinks behind the counter.
something? Okay.
One substance is standing out above the rest, and
Who's
I'm
that?
probably going to butcher this pronunciation.
Oh.
Tianpentine.
So it's a drink?
Tianptine. So apparently it comes in drink and pill form.
Okay.
According to the FDA, they say it's basically a synthetic opioid, and they are referring to it as gas station heroin.
But they're legally selling it?
Okay, so we'll get there. This substance
Yeah.
was developed in Europe as an antidepressant, and it is illegal to sell in the United States of America. However, for some reason, it is not yet on the list of federally banned substances.
So it's kind of illegal.
Yes, it's this
kind of
weird-
legal.
It's this weird gray area, but
All right.
yeah, it's a little bit of both.
So what? So basically, it's heroin.
Oh, so they call it
Or
gas
like an
station
opiate?
heroin. It's a synthetic opioid.
Okay.
And they market these things towards drivers.
All right, so it kind of numbs, but kind of numb you out.
So we'll get to what the side effects are in a second.
right.
Some of the brands you will see include Tiana, Zaza, Neptune's Fix, Pegasus, and RD Red. And I have done some stupid substances in my day.
Yeah.
But never has anyone been like, hey, man, you want to try Neptune's Fix? And I've been like, yeah, that sounds like a
But
pretty
I'm also thinking if I walk into a regular store and it's for sale, I'm thinking it's safe.
And that's the problem.
Like a can of beer.
And that's what they're trying to warn people
Yeah.
about. Is
Right.
these things are not actually
So has
safe.
anybody died on this thing?
Yeah, so there have been some deaths.
Right.
Research found that the amount of this tianpentine in
Right.
these supplements can
Yeah.
range from anywhere between 1.3 times to 250 times the recommended amount of the substance.
250 times?
Yes, because again,
Damn.
these places that make them,
Yeah.
they're not regulated by the FDA, so they just throw stuff in there.
All right.
Further, reactions to this stuff can be terrifying. There are reports of coma, confusion, death, hypertension, nausea, respiratory depression, tachycardia, which is heart issues,
Wow, same as a marriage.
and seizures. Folks,
Oh!
she told me to take her kiss her where it stinks, so I took her down to Lake Ontario. So I did. She said she wanted to see somewhere she'd never been, so I took her to the kitchen. Folks, take my wife.
Please.
Tommy, you and I have our substance abuse issues.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a common tale in the good
Yeah.
old USFA. But it is mind-blowing. There are still people that will walk into a gas station and decide to smoke, ingest a pill.
Yeah, but
drink.
if it's cheap, if it's a cheap high, I mean, yeah, you want it.
But you don't know what you're putting in your body. I mean, look, man, I buy
Man,
pot.
if you're broke and you're busting your ass and
You're just looking for
things ain't going
anything.
your way, who am I to say don't take that?
Well, the FDA is saying don't take that.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, people busting their ass and ain't getting anywhere, and I got to say, oh, no, not for you.
Coma, confusion, death, hypertension, nausea, respiratory depression.
You put that on a
tachycardia,
bottle of
seizures.
wine.
Okay. Yes, don't drink an entire bottle of wine every night.
Now you tell me. No, but you know what I'm saying?
You're
though.
not classy enough for a bottle of wine a night.
Yeah, true.
More of a Mad Dog 2020 kind of guy. Kimmy, have you ever taken any of these supplements from a gas station?
No, never even crossed my mind.
I didn't know they had them.
Yeah, I mean, if now look for it next time you walk in a
Yeah,
gas
I wanna
station.
see.
There will be a whole section of it. And what's strange about this too is like these are sold at like reputable gas stations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I walk into a named gas station, I see this, I'm thinking I'm fine.
And
That's
again-
the same as a bag of potato chips.
And is there a age limit to buying it?
That I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not.
Because
Yeah.
like I would think that would, I mean, think of like how much something like that would spread like wildfire.
But you
as
said
a
it was behind the
teenage
counter.
kid.
It is behind the counter, but I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's on the FDA banned substance list, but it's not. Let me try this again.
Right.
This substance,
Yeah.
TN and pitine,
Then-
the synthetic opioid, gas station heroin as they call it, it is federally banned but it is not on the. It's illegal to sell, but not on the federally banned substance list. There you go. I don't know what that means.
Right. So it's in a gray area.
Yes.
All right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man who's normally much smarter than we are.
Okay.
With this stuff. Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Much smarter. I thought you were going to pick up somebody else.
Oh.
Listen, I'm kind of confused here. We don't have money for firefighters, for accidents that might happen if your house catches on fire. We have enough money in the FDA budget to tell morons not to take crap at a gas station. I mean, there's a lot of things wrong with this country. Maybe we should start here. I mean, weed these people out. Come on.
All right. Now, in the defense, hold on. In the defense of these people, I think what Tommy brought up earlier is a valid argument that I think there are several people, Jeremy, that when they assume they see something for sale, that it's safe.
They can't sell it to me unless
Right.
it's safe.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, that's like it's a false.
That's
sense of
usually the deal when I walk
security,
into a store.
I mean, it's not, though, and I'll give you several
All right.
examples of other things that wasn't the case. But, I mean, Jeremy, if people are, they got their jobs, they got their families, how many people are going to be like, all right, I have to Google the active ingredient in this thing that I'm taking over
You're
the
not.
counter at the gas station?
Fine. I will agree with you on your point that if it's in a store, maybe it's safe to sell. But how many news stories have we heard in the past 10 years about people who take these illicit substances? Remember the guy who chewed the other guy's face off in Florida?
That was on the
Because
bath
he was
salts
taking
back in the
bath
day. Yeah,
salt.
yeah.
I mean, and that's sold over the counter.
But that
a
guy was
gas station
delicious.
Or wherever you were.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, come on. There has to be some
Oh, yeah.
middle ground between you're an absolute moron and, sorry, my house is on fire because of something that I can't control. And it's the government's responsibility to take care of its citizens. Rule number 1. Jesus Christ,
So
man.
you
This
don't
is
want to
just
warn
bad.
people about the effects of it?
I think his argument is put the money towards the firefighters instead of studying how bad these things get.
Okay,
That is-
but I guess we wouldn't
Yeah.
know unless we had the studies.
No, but he's saying like you should. Okay, I'll ask you this one question, Jeremy, and
Yes, go ahead.
just based on the conversations we've had in the past. Yeah, you're a guy that worked in a kitchen, which is notorious for substance abuse,
Oh, yeah.
right? I don't know. I mean, I can't safely sit here and say at 17, 18, 19, in the situations I was doing, comedy and stuff like that, where if somebody was like, you should try this, I wouldn't be like, okay. I mean, there wasn't a point in your life, Jeremy, where you would have looked at something like this and been like, oh, I'll give it a shot.
You're talking to the wrong guy because I've been sober my whole life.
Okay.
I mean, I understand the point you're trying to
Maybe
make.
you should try a little something. Cheer you
Right.
up a little
You
bit.
really
Just a little
want me
bit. Cheer up.
calling
A little
inebriated?
cheer up. This is a shot.
Yeah, if this sober
Hey,
Jeremy.
it's Jeremy again, man. I'm happy today. Let me tell you something. I love New York State.
know-
Everything's cool,
You know what would
man.
happen? I would call in and cry because insecure Jeremy shows up. And nobody wants anything to do with that guy, much less the guy you're talking to right now. I mean, would you want to talk to that guy? No.
I mean, Jeremy, you won Where They Whinin' a few weeks ago. I thought maybe you'd have some lingering effects.
Yeah. I want a game that gives you nothing.
Well, you played. We're going to force you to.
Speaking of gives you nothing, we're going to take some more calls. Jeremy, thanks for the
I
call.
think I'm going
buddy.
to
Have
head
a
down to
good
the gas
rest.
station and see what's going on. Buy some whippets.
That was fun.
So going back to the point I was making earlier,
Yeah.
again, talking about this chemical, it's called TN. I'm saying this wrong.
Tiananmen Square.
No, Kimmy doesn't even know. She doesn't get that joke.
She knows who
I do
Tiananmen
too.
Square is.
What's Tiananmen Square?
We talked about it before. Chinese thing.
Chinese place.
Chinese takeout. You got really,
Chinese takeout.
really good egg rolls. No cheese though.
Well, that's what the squirmish was about.
The squirmish.
The squirmish.
Hey, you come here, come to squirmish down in the old watering hole.
Beretta cheese.
Tien Pantene. How has nobody called me yet and corrected
I
me
don't
on
know
this?
because nobody knows about it.
Synthetic opioid, they call it gas station heroin, developed in Europe as an antidepressant. It's illegal to sell in the U.S., but it is not on the federally banned substance list. And stuff like this stuff is being sold in like supplements, drinks, pills, and gas stations. Tiana, Zaza, Neptune's Fix, among other things. And it's really hurting people, and the FDA is begging people stop buying these things at the gas station and taking them. So going back to your point about if I see something in a store, I assume that the government has checked it out
Yeah.
and it's safe to
Legal to sell it.
You got it.
Yeah.
There have been several health supplements in the past that you could buy at all kinds of different stores,
Yeah.
not just gas stations, but like GNC,
Yeah.
grocery stores that ended up killing people. The weight loss drug Ephedra.
Yeah, was it Fen?
Fen was was one of the selling names, right?
Yeah.
But like that was everywhere for a while.
Yeah.
And then folks started dying. But even
But
that
man, they look great.
But here's the thing, even that was for what people thought was a health reason.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they wanted to lose weight.
Yeah.
This is just getting you messed up at a gas station.
Right.
Is there someone in your life that you trust so much if they handed you any substance and said, try this, it's good, you'd take it?
I mean, outside of a doctor?
Yeah, no, just a friend. Friend,
No.
family member.
No.
Not a single person?
Take this and don't question?
It's good. Here you go.
No.
Kimmy, how about you?
I don't think so.
Who would
At
do
this
that?
point in my life.
There was a point in our lives where we all had
Well, yeah,
something.
but I was sad.
Thank
Beat
you.
to it.
Thank you. You can't do your jokes.
Zing.
You can't do your jokes anymore. Going down the old watering hole. Find some cheese. I mean, it is funny to think back because everybody,
Yeah.
if you imbibed, everybody
Yeah.
had that person back in
Yeah.
the day, right? Who you just blindly trusted with, oh, if they say it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, and you also push the limits when you're a kid.
Yeah,
You try
right.
things because you want to see what it's like. That's why I did the mushroom stuff.
That mushroom stuff.
But that was,
In middle school,
Middle
summer
school
school.
mushrooms.
middle school, summer school from another kid in Okeechobee, Florida. Brought it in for
Ooh,
us.
Florida mushrooms.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so don't take any gas station drugs.
All right.
All right, good? Everyone
All right,
cool?
good.
All right.
Fair enough.
Let's take a break. We got Where They Whining coming up here in just a little while. But before we get there, I've been telling you the last couple of years the sports and memorabilia market has exploded.
Oh, yeah.
Trading cards, for some reason, will not stop climbing in
Wow.
value. And a big historical event last week has led to a new record for a card being sold in
You're
this
kidding me.
realm.
How old is the damn card?
The card is brand new. They just produced it. So many people want this.
Wait.
They have gone out and purchased it.
It's not even
individually.
rare,
It's not even a sport.
but it's a card.
We'll get into it next here at the break room. Let's see me out. We're living in a weird world, man.
What happened?
Very weird world. Because, this person is now an international superstar.
Okay.
Right? But for folks to want to go get one of these, so much so that it has now become the highest selling one of these ever.
How did this happen?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. Give us a little while. We got Where They Whining coming at you. Get your brain ready to go. Tommy's going to try and not disqualify himself this week like he did last week. Where They Whining, just after 9 o'clock on CMF. So last week, the first American Pope ever, Pope Leo the 14th.
Oh, yeah.
Took his spot in the Vatican, and it's been just like pandemonium.
Oh, yeah, everybody's gushing over this dude.
Everybody in Chicago talking about the Pope. Everybody in Philadelphia, because he went to Villanova, talking about the Pope, right? And, don't even get me started with the Catholics in Europe. You want to capture that moment.
Yeah.
Have it forever. So Topps, the sports card trading company, put out a Pope Leo the 14th trading card.
Do they normally do this or no?
No.
Okay.
Has this ever existed before?
I don't know if there has been a previous Pope
is there
card.
like a pack of Cardinals you can get?
Right.
Oh, man, I got Benedict. The Pope Leo the 14th Topps trading card.
Pope Leo rookie card?
This would be his rookie card.
Does it have his stats and his blessings and miracles?
I don't have the back of it. I'm just looking at the front. It has set an all-time record for sales by a non-sports card.
Wow.
As of yesterday morning, the Pope Leo the 14th Topps trading card has sold 133,535 copies. And you can buy one right now.
How much?
$8.99.
Damn,
it's just one card.
All right.
Here's where it gets really funny. There are what they call chase cards for Pope Leo the 14th. You know what that is?
No.
So you get the base card, right, where it's just the card printed on card.
Yeah.
If you buy this card, you also could get a gold foil chase card, an orange foil, a foil refractor. There is also a special card where the standard card, he's standing on the
holographic.
the balcony. Yes. There is another one, Kimmy, that is numbered to 267 where he is standing in the clouds.
Oh.
The picture of him.
Man.
So, do I get gum or a wafer? And can I take that gum as communion?
You just get the card.
That's it?
You just get the card.
You don't get gum anymore?
No, well, no, because it ruins the cards. These are big business now.
Oh, my God.
You don't know those stories?
No.
So, there are still unopened boxes of sports cards from the 50s that sell for unbelievable amounts of money.
And
Well,
they're
yeah, but
unopened?
there's rotted gum in there?
That's the problem.
Does gum go bad?
Yeah, so that's the problem. Let's say you're looking for a Mickey Mantle rookie card in one of these packs. If that Mickey Mantle rookie card is the first card, it's ruined because the gum has eaten
Had
through it.
probably
Much like
melted
Mickey's
at some
liver.
point, too.
But I'm saying people that spend $20,000 on a pack of card to try and get a $100,000 card, there it is, and there's the gum on it.
That's cruel.
What idiot is
just
buying
cruel.
a Pope card?
150,
Idiots.
133,535 people.
It's got to be people that think that it's going to be worth something.
But it's
down
never
the-
going to be
like,
worth
down the
nothing.
road.
Okay?
Right.
It literally just sold out as we were talking.
Oh, wow.
Damn it! Now I lost the opportunity to get my Pope card.
Damn it.
What do you do with the Pope
Put it
card?
on your refrigerator.
No, it's not a magnet. It's a
No,
card.
but you could buy those magnets and put it on there.
Okay. Because I get.
What else would you do? I wouldn't. If I walked into somebody's house, I went, "Oh my God, a Pope card!"
Well, there's three kinds of
You
sports.
sad person.
When COVID hit, sports cards collecting exploded again.
Yeah.
And it stayed pretty consistent the last couple of years. There are three kinds of sports card collectors, Tommy. There are the kids that collect because they love the sports.
Yeah.
There are the older folks that collect for now the nostalgia of it.
Okay.
And then there are folks that treat it as a legitimate business where they are. It's a slot machine.
All right.
I don't know where this one qualifies.
So let's say I'm a big Catholic, and I'm all about the Catholic Church. Would I buy this? Because it seems like it's like disrespecting the position.
Yeah, it kind of seems sacrilegious.
Right?
Yeah. A little bit.
But-
I mean, to me, I don't know.
Right. But let's say, so no deep Catholic person would buy it.
Well,
right?
but here's my other question.
What?
Because, when you buy a sports card from Topps or Upper Deck or whoever makes the cards these days, right? The picture of the guy or gal on the card, they have their rights. They bought their name and likeness so they can use it.
Yeah.
Did the Vatican sell the rights to put a pope on a card?
Well, they'd have to
Is-
because the Vatican could sue.
Unless, the pope is it's like one of those things where,
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Cool
Is
Pope.
it just one of those things that doesn't really belong to anybody?
No, but it's his image. It's the actual
Yeah.
guy.
But he belongs to the
technically a
universe,
pope.
man.
All right. Yeah, that's a good question.
Can you, make anything with the pope's image on it?
I don't.
Kimmy, you want to Google that?
You would think, man, they own all that stuff because the Vatican. It is a business. It has a bank. I mean,
Oh yeah, yep,
they
it's
make
copyrighted.
money.
It says, hold on. What is going
All
on?
right, if it's copyrighted, that means they had to get the rights to put the Pope on a card.
Yep, the use of the Pope's image is subject to certain restrictions,
You have to pay.
particularly when it comes to commercial use.
So what did they pay the Vatican to put the Pope on a card?
Oh, wow.
Like, this description is even hilarious. Again, we're talking about this Topps trading card, like the Topps, the card company that you collected when you were a kid, put out a Pope card that you could buy individually for $9. It literally just sold out as we were having this conversation. Over 130,000 cards have been sold. Brand new in 2025, ultra rare, chrome and opal chrome pattern Topps parallels, unlocking cards on large print runs, specific tiers, including the Pope. Get an opal Pope, a Popal.
So is this? I wonder if this is a new thing.
It looks like Topps has been printing cards of like
Non-athletes.
headlining moments in the world.
Oh.
They're just trying to expand. Like,
Get your Hindenburg card.
well, I remember like towards the end of me collecting cards, they did this really weird card set where it was like there were some sports guys from back in the day,
Yeah.
and then there were other like
Celebs?
historical figures,
Oh.
like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. Like, okay, one that I got for you at a sports collectors show. It's a Johnny Carson.
Oh, yeah.
Game used show used jacket card.
Yeah.
It's a blazer he
And
wore.
it's got a
piece
little
of it.
swatch on it.
Yeah, that's from that set.
Look at that. Okay.
So, well, you missed your chance on the Pope card. Unless you want to buy it secondhand, and it's going to cost you a pretty penny.
Oh, yes.
And a blessing. All right. It's about that time, ladies
Let's
and gentlemen.
do it, buddy.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You get your guaranteed chance right now. Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. Tommy is back from his disqualification.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, it's going to be another year, bro.
No.
Where they whining? We do it next here in the break room on CMF. About that time, baby.
Let's do it, buddy. I'm ready.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. You disqualified yourself last week. You cannot have
Let me
confidence.
tell you something, boy. I'm ready to go.
Did you just boy me?
Boy, you.
Pops?
Pops me all you want, boy.
Oh, I'd like to pop you.
Pop you right in the head.
All right. If you are new to this game, here's how it works. Kimmy has a post from one of the neighborhood apps. You guys send her those posts. Kimmy reads through it. She removes the street names and town references as to not give away where this is from. That being said, there are still some clues.
Okay.
And if you listen,
I have to listen. Don't jump.
you will be able to figure out what town, village, city, neighborhood this post came from.
Yeah.
And we're all going to do this together.
Yeah, this would be cool.
And we're going to figure out where they whine it. Now, Tommy won 2 weeks ago. He went
Yeah.
last week. He disqualified himself. Cody was our victor last week, even though nobody likes Cody.
Yeah.
Cody's like the worst. Right? But he will be going last today. Cody is already in the bullpen waiting, ready to roll.
Oh, good.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, and we get a phone line open. Kimmy, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do the damn thing.
Webster! Hilton! Irondequoit! Where they whining?
My garden does not exist for your personal photography. Admire with your eyes, not with your phones. You can look, but we request that you please do not touch and do not include the front of our home if you absolutely have to take a picture. It's simply a privacy issue and feels invasive for our family. We know our garden is beautiful and we want our neighbors to enjoy as they walk by. We've been having some problems lately with people getting a little too close and trampling through our landscaping. Most of the time, it's because they have their phones in their hands trying to get a close-up of our tulips. We've put signs up in the past saying, please do not walk through the garden, but they were constantly ignored. This is my plea to stay off our yard completely, your pets too. Remember, you are on someone's private property. There's a zoom feature on your phone for a reason. Your photo from the sidewalk is just as good as the one you take inches away. If you're really the photographer you think you are, you'd know those tips and tricks already and would know how to obey boundaries.
This is a huge dick.
Thank you for understanding.
Okay.
Right?
Ooh. There's a lot there.
There is. There is.
You already think you got it?
Oh, I know I got it.
Shut.
I know I got it.
All right. I already know what you think you know.
You already know his pick?
I know his pick, and I've done this before. Where
Write it down.
It's like a magic show, like a busted magic show.
Yes. Because
I
I'm
know what
thinking,
you're thinking.
because this is it has to be a walking neighborhood for people to walk by, stop, and take pictures.
Sure,
right?
sure, yeah.
So where are you walking around and seeing?
Oh,
things?
we're asking where they walking.
Where are they walking?
Yeah.
Right, and where are they also got a lot of gardening and landscaping?
Where are they also got a lot of gardening and landscaping? Is another question.
I'll tell you, wise guy.
Yeah, tell me.
This is Park Avenue.
Damn. I said.
What'd you put? Pittsford.
Oh, he said 2 towns. He said 2
No,
towns.
well, he said what you thought.
Well, I had to tell the audience what you wrote down.
He
Did you?
wasn't picking Pittsburgh.
He said 2 towns.
You picked Park Ave.
You're wrong.
You weren't thinking Pittsburgh.
I'm taking
I
Park
was
Ave.
thinking Pittsburgh.
So would that be a city pick or is that a neighborhood?
No, Park Ave works for a neighborhood.
Okay,
right? No, again, how many times have you played this? You can't pick the city.
I didn't pick the city.
No,
I said
No, you said is that a city pick because
he made his call.
He was trying to take all of the city. I can see the stupid grin on his face. Like, ooh, maybe I can sneak it in this time. Only try 4,000. That's what you sound like. All right, so you're going with Park Ave, and the
Yes.
reason is
Well, it's a walking area. They very particular about their gardens and stuff, especially on the ABC streets.
okay.
It's a nice neighborhood.
All right, it's not
And you got a lot of people walking around.
it's not the worst pick you ever had.
Oh, really? Well, thank you so much. I get Pat's blessing on my pick.
I don't know why you're getting so aggressive right now.
I'm not getting aggressive at all.
All right. I mean, there's 2 kinds of gardeners. There's West Side gardeners, East Side gardeners. I'm going to make a statement. Tell me if you guys think I'm wrong.
What's that?
West Side gardens are full of food. East Side gardens are full of flowers.
Yeah, but not enough. I don't think you have many front yard vegetable gardens.
Agreed, which is why I'm wiping out the West Side with that. This is an East Side pick. It's not the one I wrote down
Okay.
and showed to you.
All right.
I got a Fairport feeling.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of walkers in Fairport, and you also have
Beautiful area.
You also have a lot of people from outside of Fairport that are now going into
Oh,
Fairport.
yeah, it's a big party area on the strip.
That cannery area.
Yeah.
Right.
Canary.
Well, I thought we were on the same team, only making fun of him when he pronounced things wrong. Very tired. They whining at Fairport.
Okay. It's too obvious.
Says man who picked Park Ave.
Very out of left field.
No. What?
Yeah.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule.
What's
and
that?
one rule only. You are allowed one pick.
Mm-hmm.
If you are on hold and you hear someone else pick your name or pick your team, pick your town, damn it.
You having a stroke,
I am so tired right now. There was a whole thing last night at my house with Taco Bell and a boy said to my daughter, don't even get me started. I'll tell that story later.
Tacos at his house.
Thank you. Stop sending burritos to my kid.
10 o'clock at night, taco.
We'll get to that story later.
All right.
However, if you hear someone say the town you were going to pick,
Yeah, what I do?
you got two options. You can hang up the phone.
All
We
right.
won't be mad at you. Or pick another town. If you call us up and say, well, I was good as that, you have been disqualified. The commissioner has all final say. And again, Cody, the winner last week, will be going last.
All right.
252-WCMF. Let's kick it off with Marty. Marty, where they whining, buddy?
Marty.
Marty, are you there?
Something happened to your phone.
Marty, what are you calling us from a goldfish boat? Marty, hold on, Marty. I got to put you on hold.
Apollo 12.
What the hell is Marty doing? Houston, we have a problem.
Yes.
Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining in Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
And I say that because every little street in Irondequoit has a sidewalk on it. Every little one. The whole town's covered in sidewalks.
Okay.
A lot of older people walking their dogs. And they're growing tulips. They're not doing anything other than that. Tulips are cheap and easy.
Oh, wait, they're the Tommy's mom of flowers?
Yes, exactly.
Jesus, you have to agree with them, man.
Wait a minute. Are we getting garden snobbery
Oh,
from
yeah.
a guy named Steve?
Yes. Tulips,
Hey,
you're
I grew
phoning
up in Irondequoit. I got to go with it.
Okay, all right, Steve.
You're phoning it in with your tulips.
Steve, thanks for the call. Wait, is tulips aren't classy?
Yeah, but they don't last long.
Yeah, no, they're plants, man. They all
No,
die.
I mean, they bloom and that's it. Or
Do you hear yourself right now?
they don't
Remember
last
when
long.
you were a man? Remember when you were cool? Me neither. But you didn't talk about tulips. But they bloom and then they go away. They don't last very long.
I can't tolerate heat.
They don't. Shut up. I don't hate that pick, by the way.
I mean, it kind of fits the area, yeah. Old folk walking around, yeah.
252-WCMF. Wait, but old folk walking around. There's also phones involved, which makes me think they're
Yeah, but
skewing
old
a-
people have phones now.
you don't know how to take a picture of flowers.
I can take. I got stuff on my phone. I got flowers on my phone.
I got stuff on my phone.
I do.
Wait, do you take pictures of flowers while you walk?
I take pictures of the stuff I do in my yard so I can remember.
Why don't you walk outside and look at it?
Well, no, but like in
So
the
you can
winter.
remember for the next year.
No, so I can show people.
You're a
Oh.
sad. Who wants to see that? Nobody. Do not show me. I don't
Look,
care.
look,
I
there's
don't
Lily
care.
in the backyard. How
You're a pathetic old man. What happened to you? Remember when we would get drunk until 1 o'clock in the morning? Remember
Here I am-
that?
Hold on, here I am drunk gardening.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like I don't want to taint anybody's ideas here,
Right.
but I do feel like somebody that takes pictures of flowers is older.
No.
I don't know why
Okay.
that's what I pictured in my head.
Okay.
You don't take pictures of your backyard?
Um,
Like you do a project, you don't take a
but-
picture?
I did it one time and that guy sent it back.
no, I
Like you garden,
I
you
don't really
you-
think. I guess I don't think to. No.
yeah, like you're proud of what you did.
Did you ask me if I was having a stroke and now you come out with pictures back? Proud.
Like just for myself, but like to Pat's point, you can just look at it.
Well, that's what every picture is. You look at
But I'm
it.
saying you look out your window and you look at the actual thing. Why am I?
Well,
looking
you take a
at,
picture of your
why
kid
am I
and you
looking
can
at
call
a
him into the
picture-
room and look
Why
at
am
him.
I looking at a picture of something I can see out my window?
You're the lamest woman I've ever met.
No, I'm with her.
No,
Taking a
that's-
picture of flowers is the stupidest
Well,
thing
you
ever.
don't count because you suck at stuff.
Yeah. 252
What kind of
WCMF.
pictures you got on your phone? Hockey sticks?
Actually, I do have a lot of hockey sticks. 252
Well, why?
WCMF.
Just go to the garage and look at them.
Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Tommy neck of the woods, Pittsburgh.
You go in Pittsburgh. Why Pittsburgh?
Armand, you there?
Armand, we're
We can't
losing
hear
you, buddy. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
What the
No.
No, all right, we got you for Pittsburgh, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Is that our phone or
I
is it
don't
their
know.
phone? What the hell's going
I
on
think
here?
he's disappearing.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
Well,
Uh-oh.
Three calls in a row went bad for me.
Oh, really?
So I'm gonna have,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What,
Back
what,
on the
what,
phone.
what?
Kimmy, he said 3 calls in a row went bad for me. Is that a disqualification?
No, it's not.
All right, sorry, what'd you
I
say?
haven't mentioned anything.
Barbara said 3 calls in a row. He went, 3 calls in a row just went bad for me.
Went bad for me.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're walking a fine line, Barber. We may have to discuss this later, but for now, you're good.
Yeah, baby.
You should be disqualified for that.
Yeah, that was a little creepy.
Perv.
All right, where they winding?
I'm gonna go with Cornhill.
Why Cornhill?
Well, people there have some really nice gardens and during the Cornhill Festival, they're very protective of people walking around near their yards and just that reason alone.
All right, Barbara should be disqualified, but we're going to let him go. Barbara, thanks for the call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Brighton.
Why Brighton?
That's just my call.
All right, but here's the thing. We just found out from Steve a little while ago. We're talking Tulips here.
Yeah.
Tulips low end,
Yeah.
according to Steve. Brighton high end.
Yeah, it is true.
Doesn't really fit there, Tom.
Well, that's just my call. This is the
That's
first
just the
time
way
I've
it
ever
is.
gotten in.
Okay, well,
Yep.
Tom, this is the first time ever, and you've disappointed all of us.
All right.
All right, great
Fair.
call, Tom. Have a good rest of the day. If you were trying forever to get in, you come with a little more juice than that.
Yeah, a little bit of personality.
Right?
something, Yeah.
All right, but waiting forever to do it. That was my chance. Right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's get one more
All right.
before we get a reread from the commissioner. Let's talk to Redneck. Redneck, where are they whining?
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I have to say Penfield.
Why Penfield?
I can't say that because I'll get disqualified. So yeah, I'm in the same boat as Barber.
Come on! It's disqualifications all over the place.
But he didn't point out a specific
It's a
pick.
lousy pick anyway because it's not a walking community.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't matter.
We did find out they have a lot of
your pick is
sidewalks.
lousy.
Well, no, Kimmy, you brought up something.
That we did find out from
What?
Armand a couple of months ago that a lot of sidewalks in Penfield.
Lead the nation in sidewalks.
I did not know that.
In
Who knew?
Penfield. Redneck, we got you for Penfield.
Yeah, you ain't
Thanks
got
for
a
the call,
shot.
buddy. All right, 252-WCMF. Before Kimmy rereads, I'm realizing here, like I was trying to think of like the most walking communities.
Yeah.
There are major parts of every town in the greater Rochester area walking.
But there are some dead zones.
Name me a town that's no walk.
Henrietta.
Henrietta's
is a
got plenty of
dead
walking.
zone.
No, it's not. I walk
Yeah, I
every.
don't think of a lot of walkable spots.
I'm not. You don't live in Henrietta. You live in New Henrietta.
You would know better than us.
The old Henrietta I know. That was a commuting town.
Yeah.
That's what they had a subway that ran all the way out there.
No, it was a train and they were going to, but
The
they
trolley.
didn't get to it. Shut up! I told you this
At
story
the
'cause
trolley.
I live in Henrietta.
Nobody
All right.
wanted to walk anymore.
What is wrong with you? 252-WCMF. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us, please?
Yes, you can.
Don't
sorry.
hurt yourself over there.
All right. My garden does not exist for your personal photography. Admire with your eyes, not with your phones. You can look, but we request that you please do not touch and do not include the front of our home if you feel like you have to take a picture. It's simply a privacy issue and feels invasive for our family. We know our garden is beautiful and we want our neighbors to enjoy as they walk by. We've been having some problems lately with people getting a little too close and trampling through our landscaping. Most of the time, it's because they have their phones in their hands trying to get a close-up of our tulips. We've put signs up in the past saying, please do not walk through the garden, but they were constantly ignored. This is my plea to stay off our yard completely.
plea.
Your pets, too. Remember, you are on someone's private property. There's a zoom feature on your phone for a reason. Your photo from the sidewalk is just as good as the one you take inches away. If you're really the photographer you think you are, you'd know those tips and tricks. You know those tips and tricks already and would know how to obey boundaries. Thank you for understanding.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is on Park Ave. I'm in Fairport. Steve is in Arundecoita. Armand is in Pittsford. Barber. First 3 calls went bad for him.
Yeah.
Somehow that didn't disqualify him. He's in Cornhill. Tom is in Brighton. Redneck's in Penfield. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to a woman who hasn't seen a flower in like 50 years.
Oh, my God.
Christine's on CMF. Hey, Christine.
You're so not nice,
It
but
was
that's
a joke.
okay.
It's a joke, Christine. Where they want it?
Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Well, you say tulips are low end. You live in Henrietta, so there's low end.
Oh, you hate her. You're going to laugh at that? You're going to laugh at that?
I'm coming around on this chick.
So I'm going to say Henrietta because there are some nices, just not nice houses, just not particularly yours with the jungle in front of it. But people do like their lawns, and tulips are something that spruces up your low-end area.
You
So
know,
Henrietta.
I would be careful about talking about how people don't like things with jungles in front of it because your husband might leave you.
Well, sometimes you just got to walk through it, and you will find the tulips.
Oh.
Well, it's big enough you can walk through it?
Well, but you go by smell.
Smell, touch, taste,
You don't say the smell part. You don't say the smell part.
You're hoping to upset Christine, but
You
she is
can't.
not getting upset.
She's bulletproof.
All right, Christine, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, with that much hair, it's bulletproof, bro. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
I noticed everybody is tending to bunch on the east side, so I'm going to go west side. I'm going to go Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
From what I can tell when I drive over there, it's mid-end, I guess. But, yeah, it just seems like the type of person that would get all butthurt about you taking a picture. You're not even touching it.
All right, Ben, I got a question. I got a question.
Yeah,
I got a
yeah,
question.
yes.
If low end is over here on this end,
Yeah.
and high end is over here on this end, what end is mid-end?
That's the end Ben normally gets.
You're making
He gets
probably
mid-end.
$150K plus.
Ben always gets some good navel.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Troy. Troy, where are they whining?
I'm going with Highland Park.
Okay, we'll clear that with Kimmy. Why Highland Park?
Lilac Festival's going on. A bunch of people are walking around, stopping, looking at flowers. There
People
we
do
go.
jazz up that neighborhood.
Ooh, Highland Park, can we take that as a neighborhood?
Yeah, that's a neighborhood.
Okay.
Nobody picked that, right?
I think that's
he's
our
good.
first ever.
First, Highland
What's
Park.
that?
No,
I
we
think
had-
I'm a Highland Park. Are you a fighter?
Way back, there was a Highland Park post. Yeah.
They got some mansions there. Very nice.
Thank you, Tommy.
That's
All
where
right.
the Strongs live.
Troy, thanks for the call, buddy. 25. Wait, they're still alive?
What's that?
They're alive?
No, but their Strong mansion's still there.
So they don't live there anymore.
No, but there
'Cause they
people
did- 'cause they
people
passed
live in
away.
there.
Okay, yeah, but they're not the Strongs.
Well, you would say the Strong house.
No, you literally just said that's where the Strongs live.
Well, they lived.
Thank you.
Many years ago.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jay. Jay, where they whining, buddy?
Webster, and Tommy, you're an idiot again.
Okay.
All right, why and why?
So Webster, because they say that you need wow, words are tough today. They say you need the zoom feature on your phone, so obviously you have to be a bit away from the house. And also they said there's landscaping, which means there's a lot of grass to actually landscape.
Oh, that's a
And
good
Park Ave
point.
has no land.
No land
I
in
would
Park.
know. I live there.
He lives there. He knows that.
All right.
Oh, you are dumb. You were so dumb. Why are you so dumb?
There is no grass on Park Ave.
Jay, thanks for the
Yeah,
call,
but how
buddy.
does he get to say all those names, by the way?
Well, no, he's telling you why your pick sucks.
Yes, which we will allow.
All right.
252-WCMF. Let's get Marty. You called first, and we lost him. Marty, where they whining?
I'm going to go Greece.
Why Greece?
Well, just a gut feeling.
Okay, great. Thanks for the call, Marty. Have a good rest of the day.
Swimming.
Can't argue with that.
What the hell is he doing over there?
Working.
Working in
Doing something important, I guess.
a dolphin tank? All right. A man who claimed victory last week. A man who is a giant dork.
All right.
But we take his call anyway.
The last man.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week's champion, 252-WCMF. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I've had two picks on my mind for the last 25 minutes, and I still have both of them.
Ooh. So you have a decision to make,
Battle
my
of
friend.
the picks.
Well, I have a priority pick over the other. I had a secondary just in case it disappeared. You know, you got to do this when you're playing from the old Ben zone. I'm going to go with Brockport.
The Ben Zone. You've entered the Ben Zone.
The Ben Zone. Hey, this is where Bad Boys had this. And I kind of feel bad for him now, but I don't know. It's not that bad. My picks are still here. Yeah, Brockport.
All right, why Brockport?
So Brockport is a town with a mixture of newer folks, older folks.
Okay.
A lot of new people moving in who might not know the culture of the area. It's a college town, a lot of younger kids walking around, taking pictures of each other and things. And it's a very walkable town. Lots of walkers
College
walking
kids
around Brockport.
taking pictures of each other and things, and more youthful activities they enjoy doing.
Yeah, I've heard people enjoy doing that in your mom's bedroom.
This That's not funny. Don't laugh at that. That
I
wasn't
don't know
it.
how it works, but it was silly.
All right, Cody, what was the other one you were thinking?
Yeah, BS if I'm telling you.
Oh, come on. Why do you always sound like you're from Minnesota and you suck? There it is. Cody.
Well, I sucked so hard that I won last week, so.
Ooh.
I don't think that sounded the way you thought it was going to sound.
No?
Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for I'm going to let Cody go.
That was his opportunity for a mom joke.
It was
there.
over. Well, that's what I was waiting for. All right. We are locked and loaded.
All right.
To recap one more time.
What we got?
Tommy is on Park Ave. I am in Fairport. Steve is in Irondequoit. Armand is in Pittsburgh. Barber is in Cornhill, despite losing 3 picks in the first 3 picks. Tom is in Brighton. Redneck is in Penfield, also upset that his pick was taken but would not share. Christine is in Henrietta. We also found out that she does not trim. Ben is in Spencerport.
Also doesn't trim. But we'll toss a good navel.
Troy is in Highland Park due to the Lilac
Good luck
Festival.
getting that image out of your head, everybody.
What?
Ben going down on a
A
navel.
navel.
Jay is in Webster. Marty is in Greece. Cody, last week's champion, is in Brockport.
Can't see her navel.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's just get out of this. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Her
Let's
navel's
do
got to
it.
look like an old Airbnb.
Spencerport,
Oh, sit down, man. It ain't happening.
Henrietta. Where they whining?
I didn't think we'd have a winner this week.
Whoa!
It didn't seem
Late
like
entry.
anybody was going in this direction.
Late entry.
Really?
Because they whining in Greece.
Damn, Marty.
Marty.
So here's the thing. I actually feel good for Marty because Marty had
He called a couple times,
Yeah.
had some phone issues, but got it in there.
Marty called at 8:40.
So he got in early.
He
And
sat for 20
Wait,
minutes.
8:40?
He sat for 20 minutes.
Yep.
We took him first.
Right.
His phone didn't work. He then went second last before, the benzo.
Yeah.
And he hit.
Yeah, and
Never
I
give
think
up, buddy.
this is
Never
his
give up.
Never,
first
never,
star.
never, never surrender.
Jimmy V, right?
Yeah, or Winston Churchill, whichever one does it
Yeah.
for you. Yeah.
First star for Marty. too,
Wow!
Even though he plays like every time.
Look at that. I mean, that wasn't the pick he wanted to begin with.
Yeah, I think he lucked out.
So the lesson we learned here,
What's that?
never trust your instincts
Mhm.
if you listen to the break room.
Yeah.
And keep Ben away from your navel. All right, we got to take a break. There was a lot of excitement
Yeah.
with the possibility that there could be Olympic events coming with this.
Oh, we doing this crap again.
No, I mean, it was, what?
We're getting the Olympics.
Why are you doing it like that? No, this was
We're
confirmed.
going to paint the shed. We're getting the Olympics, man.
Paint the shed. We'll get into it next.
Put
here in the
them
break room.
rings on there.
Shut up, CMF. We were going to have the opportunity for this international event right down the road.
Wow.
No, this was planned and locked in.
Yeah.
If it all did not work out, this was going to be the spot. Was.
The world sends its lonely eyes on you, New York.
Got that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sends its lonely eyes. Where am I sending my eyes, Kimmy? I send them over here? No, I send them over here. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. By the way, breaking news as the NFL schedule continues to be
Oh,
leaked.
my God, what happened?
The Bills will not be playing internationally this year.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
So those are all booked?
Yes, no Steelers, Bills, Dublin game. The Vikings are playing in Dublin against the Pittsburgh Steelers, so the Bills will be playing stateside all season long.
Oh, that's good.
So we got that. We know about that. But getting into this other sports story,
Mhm.
the 2026 Olympics, Winter Olympics.
It's going to be in Italy, right?
Yeah, Italy. Yeah, Agatina, Italy.
It's going to be in Agatina?
Red Fideli, Italy. Corina, is that a place? Cortina?
Cortina? Oh.
You're Italian. You tell
It's
me.
Northern Italian.
No, I'm a Southern
Did you just
Italian.
make that up?
Well, no, it's cold. It would have to be Northern
Yeah,
Italian.
it's in the Alps.
Yeah. Anyway, there was a problem.
Well, yeah, it wasn't ready.
Yes, the Italians they're kind of dragging their feet on building all the stuff they
Why
would
does
need.
it feel like we do this every Olympics, though?
'Cause
Like, I
we-
feel like
Yes.
every Olympics, they're like, it's not going to be ready in time. And then it turns out like some stuff kind of wasn't.
It's these smaller countries that don't have the stuff.
Which, again, why are you bidding on the Olympics? They're going to bankrupt you. You saw what happened in Greece in 2004.
Yeah.
That Russian town a couple of years ago.
Or there was Sochi, yeah.
Yeah. So the sliding events,
Yeah.
bobsled, luge, things like that, were scheduled, if the Italian stuff was not ready,
Yeah.
to take place in Lake Placid.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Lake Placid, one of the only places on the planet that has year-round, well, at least wintertime, functioning Olympic quality event
Like, they
spaces.
kept it up.
You got it.
Well, it's a training center, you said.
Yeah.
Yes, most U.S. Olympians for those events
Yeah.
train in Lake Placid, so they keep it top-notch.
Mm.
It was announced yesterday that the International Olympic Committee went to Italy. They checked out the facilities currently being built, and they believe the Italians will be ready. Therefore, the Lake Placid option is now off the table.
Man.
Yep, it's all going to be in Italy.
Come on. Sucks.
I mean,
You
kind
don't
of
get the luge.
Which is weird because you're, what I hear, you're a giant loser.
I hear you're more of a two-man luge.
Let's not say things we can't.
You like the bottom.
So,
I mean, were you going to go anyways?
I probably would have gone.
Really?
It's been my
Really?
dream
Bro,
to go
Like,
to
I guess it would have been like, oh, hey, look, it's like
Look,
Placid.
man.
That would have been the end of it.
These sliding events suck live.
Okay.
I went.
I understand, and I probably agree with you, but it's been my lifelong dream to go to an Olympics, and this would have
Alright.
been the best opportunity I had thus far.
Okay.
You know how much I love the Olympics.
I know. I've been to two of them.
So, you're going to make me mad. Don't get me
No
started.
big deal.
Don't get me started.
What?
Well, you were only popular enough to get tickets to ping pong, low end, co-host. Only got a job because one guy just disappeared on the show.
I'll take it.
That is my story too. So not all is lost, however. It is believed that New York City will soon be putting in a bid for the next Winter Olympics, with Lake Placid being the location for the sliding events.
Wait, New York City?
Yeah, and it actually makes perfect sense.
All right,
So I
you-
guess they could build like, well, you have some stadiums there. You could build into New Jersey.
all the skating stuff you would
PA
just do
and
at
New
the Barclays Center?
They wouldn't have to build anything. You got the
Oh, yeah,
garden.
you got everything you need.
You got everything you need in New York and New Jersey. You got all the sliding events and skiing events up in Lake
Yeah,
Placid.
Plenty of hotels.
The only thing you would need to build is a, what do they call that?
Speed
Like an
skating.
Olympic
No, they have that.
village.
Yeah, Olympic Village. They
Yeah.
have speed skating in Lake Placid.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
All right.
You would just need to build an Olympic Village somewhere in New York City, but you could easily turn that into low-income housing after you're done, like affordable housing, which is what most communities do when they build this stuff.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah, I mean, it's
Look at that, baby.
it's done. Like, it's all done. I mean, Los Angeles is getting the summer games,
Oh,
and all of their stuff is already there. Most of
Yeah.
it's, like, there and all set.
okay.
He's got to build a stage for breakdancing.
No, I thought that was done.
I
I
was
thought that was a
kidding.
one.
Yeah,
and
that
done.
chick ruined it for everybody.
I'm kind of disappointed.
How dare you talk about Ray Gun that way? How dare you?
All right.
No, I mean, like, if it's in New York, I'm going.
Oh, God, how can you not?
Shut up.
Well, you got to go see the hockey stuff.
Oh, some of the hockey events would probably take place in Lake Placid, too. You need multiple arenas.
Wait a minute. The big games, I think you would just play at the Garden
Yes,
or
the big games.
Yeah, but you're gonna have it'll be a tournament.
Yeah, it's a qualification. Normally, when it comes to Olympic hockey, they split them into two cities, like one group, the other group, and then they bring them together.
All right.
Will you just ride with me? I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right. I mean, you
Stupid.
got multiple rinks in this city.
I understand. Maybe they keep it all down there, but why would you not spread it out a little?
Bro, because they want their money.
They want the money. The money.
Who's
Don't
paying?
forget, but there are other like things that have to go on the ice too.
Yeah.
Not just hockey.
Yeah. Like speed skating or figure skating or other
They all
skating.
kind of seem like they get their own places.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Stupid. Shut up. Why are you such a dick?
I'm not being a dick.
Like, it's the one time we
I
all
might go down and check it out.
It's the one time, no matter how you feel politically, that we all get to get together and cheer on America.
I always get excited about the
only
Olympics
4 years.
until I sit down and watch them, and then I immediately get bored because it's amateur hour.
It's not
I don't know.
amateur
I get
hour.
I know
sucked
there's
into it.
some like the basketball and stuff, but some of this
I
stuff.
don't know. I go into it thinking it's going to be boring, and I'm like, wow, this is very interesting.
There has never been
I
an
wonder
Olympic.
how one gets good at that.
No, you're right, Kimmy. There's never been an Olympic event I've turned on where I haven't immediately gotten
Yeah.
sucked in by it. I love it. I will watch every single one for hours.
Oh, good for you. You watch it all.
Do you not love America?
I love America.
No, apparently not. Because you ain't cheering
This isn't
for
America. This is global.
Yeah,
Everybody.
where the Americans show their dominance. Buddy, how you like me now? How you like me now? So, I don't know. I think I might take the family up in the wintertime to Lake Placid again. It's like one of my favorite vacations ever. We went once.
Yeah, you said you had a good time.
It's so much fun. There's so
But
much.
did the kids like it? Well, yeah, they play hockey.
Well, it wasn't even the hockey stuff. Like, it's the perfect dude,
Getaway.
wife, family
It's
getaway.
too goddamn cold.
Well,
in
you're
Lake
going
Placid?
there for the. Are you guys in the summer or winter? You're going to go?
We went in the winter. I want to go back in the winter because, like, it's like a skinny Atlas town where your wife gets like all that cheesy stuff.
Yeah.
You get all the touristy stuff.
But they get super ass cold. It's a freaking mountains,
Yes,
man.
I understand.
Yeah.
A winter getaway.
But you have all the sports history in that town. You have 2 Olympics that took place there,
All right.
and you got the arena where the U.S.
Wait,
beat
they did two? What was it on?
32 and 80.
Oh, 32 had to be busted as crap.
They still
man.
have a lot of the stuff from 32. They have the original ice arena. They have the original.
Those guys didn't even look like athletes back then. They're all like, they all weigh like 120 pounds.
1932. Yep.
Like, they all had those narrow faces, too. They all look like human baseball bats.
What are you talking about?
Here's the entire hockey team. It's 17th. A lot of these guys worked at the mine before this.
Now that he's officially out of jokes,
Yep.
he's on empty. We come back, we wrap it up.
Kettle of potatoes.
You want kettle of potatoes to be the last joke you make on the show today?
Here's your kettle of potatoes, boys.
We're going to take a break, give him a chance to come
Use
up
your
with
good tooth.
one more good joke.
Paint that shed.
Next year at the break room, WCMF. That's going to be a rapper.
Radio Tuesday Rapperoozy.
Where they went, it was 20 minutes ago.
I forgot.
I mean, tomorrow, Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate. Too much hate in this world, Pat.
Well, and it's back-to-back weeks of hate directed solely at you. Because there was a man that is very upset with a take that you had on something that is in his front lawn as we speak. Do you remember this discussion we had 2 weeks ago?
Did I say it looked cheap?
Well, yeah, but that's most things that you see in his front yard.
It's chintz.
Towns across the greater Rochester, no, let me try that again. Towns across New York State, political leaders have been asking folks who have these things in their front yard to remove them. Yeah. Because they are an eyesore. They argue it can be bad for. And when I shared this with you, you agreed.
Yeah.
But my argument was these guys don't see these as junk. There's a reason they're keeping them.
Yeah. For future use.
Yes, potentially.
Yeah.
And that's what this guy is arguing.
Yeah.
Because he's going to use this as a bonding experience with someone very special in his life.
How to crap up your place.
And he doesn't need you or the government standing in his way.
Oh.
So we'll get to that. Hate Mail of the Week tomorrow, 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But we got to get out of the way. Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene! I have a great show.
She's gonna. She got 10 songs for you.
Oh, she's going to get right at it.
10 of 10. And I want you to close your eyes and picture whatever songs they are. Those are the ones.
Oh, great.
Yep, she picks them out.
Keep making fun of me.
Shut up. I'm so tired. So very tired.
You don't bring it up much.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who just used the word vajazzle in the commercial.
Yeah,
that was
shocking.
actually you.
Well, you said it was bedazzled.
I said bedazzled, and you corrected me.
No, you're right. You're right. I take that back. But you were talking about a bedazzled genital area.
We got off track with naval talk, and we couldn't recover.
Well, yeah, nice, well-groomed cooch.
Yeah. Great. For Tommy Ulay, when he hears naval talk, he gets all excited about the boys coming home.
I support the fleet.
Bet you do.
Yes, I do. I'll wait for him on the dock and say thank you, young men. All the seamen, I salute you.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.